that our meetings are web streamed and televised, and for those in attendance, I would ask that you please place your phones on silent mode. First, this evening, we are going to do our ceremonial activities, and that's Nancy Patterson is sadly leaving Norfolk County. So I'm just wondering, we can go ahead at this point? Okay. Ms. Patterson, if you could please come forward. Welcome to Norfolk County. Our offices are open from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. That's how we will remember Nancy Patterson. She has been recording a similar greeting for the past 35 years, beginning with the answering machine at the region of Haldeman, Norfolk, and Townsend. If you don't think much has changed over the past 35 years, just ask Nancy. She can take you back to a time when 8-inch floppy disks and fax machines were the greatest things since sliced bread. There were electronic typewriters and one personal computer when she started at the region, and technology moved on to word processing and eventually networking. Nancy began her career in the clerk's department April 17, 1984, and was seconded to the MIS division, where she supported and taught other staff and counsel how to use corporate standard hardware and software. She continued her employment journey when Norfolk County was formed, and for the first 3 months, worked out of her car setting up phone systems and cabling offices for both Norfolk and Haldeman counties. Over the next 19 years, she worked in information systems, providing help desk and workstation support, corporate support services in special events, purchasing and creating our coordinated advertising program, and ending her career spending the last 6 years supporting the volunteers, chiefs, and headquarters staff at the fire department. Nancy also served 2 years representing Norfolk County as president for the Association of Administrative Assistants for Fire Chiefs across Ontario. I would now like to call upon Mr. Cridland, there he is, to present Nancy with her retirement recognition. Here we go. Bill asked me if I wanted to say a few words, and I do, because that's who I am. So I chose to come to council. Cool. I chose to come to council to be recognized for this occasion for a couple of reasons, and one was to wear this jacket. Put this nice jacket on. And to show you that your positions around this table have been handed down from generations. My father, Earl Welsh, was a warden for the County of Norfolk in 1964, or 1962, the year before I was born. He was proud of Norfolk County, and so am I. Your involvement around this table is respected, and I appreciate the commitment that you bring into these chambers every time you enter.
I also appreciate the learning opportunities and the personal growth that has been provided to me by this council and previous councils over the years. From a 20-year-old know-it-all who was only here for a couple of years to get some money to travel, to a 55-year-old who is honored to have served 35 years with the municipality. Meeting and marrying my husband Stuart, raising two great kids through to completion of university, and all the great experiences in between. I certainly appreciate it all. Thank you for supporting staff as we endeavor to carry out all the directions provided through our senior leadership team, and to make Norfolk the best that it can be, so that we all can be proud to wear a jacket just like this in future generations to come. Thank you.
Okay, so first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to come back to the disclosure of pecuniary interest, but moving on to the approval of the agenda and changes to the agenda. We have two additions of closed session items. That's going to be 16A, which is the CAO verbal update regarding a labor relations matter. And the second is a verbal update from the CAO regarding a potential acquisition or disposition of land. Both are pursuant to sections 239, 2 Charlie, Bravo Charlie, and Delta of the Municipal Act 2001. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to have the consent item B, staff report PW 19-33, pulled for a brief discussion, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Michelli. And are there any other matters being pulled? No. Okay. In that case, I have a motion moved by Councillor Huffman and seconded by Councillor Van Passen that the agenda be approved as amended. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay. Coming back now to the disclosure of pecuniary interest. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Councillor Columbus.
Madam Mayor, if that labor relations matter has to do with health and social services, I don't know if it does or not, I would declare an indirect pecuniary interest, as I have a relative who works in that division.
Thank you, sir. That's noted. Okay, and Councillor Michelli has already pulled the one consent items. I have a motion then that consent item A be approved as recommended as follows. That staff report CS 19-16, the Lynn Valley Trail Association license agreement renewal be received as information, and that council approve the Lynn Valley Trail Association license agreement for the term of 10 years with the option of an additional 10-year term upon agreement of both Norfolk County and the Lynn Valley Trail Association. And further, that Norfolk County Council further delegate authority to the General Manager of Community Services to execute future annual renewals of the license agreement on substantially the same terms as the license agreement with the Lynn Valley Trail Association, it being understood that any substantial changes to the agreement will be brought forward to Norfolk County Council for consideration prior to the execution of any renewal agreement. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. And all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay. The next motion I have before me is that Public Works 19-33 Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Committee terms of reference be received as information, and that council approve the Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Committee terms of reference. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Is that the one you wanted to pull? I'm so sorry. I was thinking it's under the staff reports. Thanks, Tom. I guess I'll turn that over to Mr. Cridland. Is that you? Would that be your department or Jason?
Through the mayor to council, it is my understanding that we had this report presented last week and that Councillor Michelle had some discussion that he wished to have about that. So I'll just leave it up to him to raise as he feels necessary.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor, just a little bit of tightening up some of the, because these are terms of reference, I don't want any vague language to be in there. So under the section number 3, the Climate Change Adaptation Committee composition, in section B, subsection B, it indicates that one representative, and I do believe that either one or the word needs to be deleted from that spot. And again, as these are terms of reference, and the longer I think I'm on council, the more I'm realizing that details matter. So I'd like that deleted. Thank you.
Is that all, Councilor Michelle? Or do you have more?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So we've noted the changes. And in that case, could I have a mover and a seconder for the previous motion? Councilor Taylor, Councilor Martin. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay. We have no presentations or deputations today. Moving on to the staff reports. First is staff report PW 19-24, which was deferred from the May 14th council meeting. That's regarding the Port Rowan St. Williams transmission water main budget amendment. I'll turn it over to you, Jason.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to council, this report was originally discussed and presented on May 7th. It was the budget amendment report with regards to the transmission main, which connects our communities of Port Rowan and St. Williams. At that time, there were a number of questions with regards to if the replacement that we were proposing would satisfy the future growth needs of those communities as was currently laid out in our integrated sustainable master plan. As a result of that, it was deferred to the 14th. Subsequent to that, I recommended that we defer it to today so that I could come back confidently and tell you that we've had the water modeling done and the engineers have advised that the proposed replacement of that main being currently a 250 millimeter and 200 millimeter water main. We are proposing to replace it with a 300 millimeter water main, which will, in fact, meet the future needs and growth in that area.
Thanks, Jason. Any questions from councilors? Councilor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Jason. Jason, just to clear up something here again, and I'm just trying to avoid getting all kinds of other inquiries from residents of Port Rowan. I believe that the locations of the repair are on the east quarter line. Is that correct?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Michelle. That is it was an oversight in the report, a typo that was made there. You are correct. It is the east quarter line.
Okay, and just to clear up for anybody watching at home, all the references to west quarter line in that report are actually east quarter line.
Through the mayor to Councillor Michelle, that is correct, and we will provide a clean copy for the public record to be included.
Thank you very much.
going to be a little bit of a random question. How big before would a town be before sewage lines would be feasible or necessary?
To the mayor, that is a very difficult question to answer in the regard that we have looked at the possibility of sewage in the past in, say, the community of Cortland. Really, it becomes a complex matter of cost where you have a receiving stream to discharge the municipal sewage into. Really, you would need to actually look at it on a community by community basis to make that kind of determination.
I guess my only concern is whether it's putting in a fiber line or so on. We've spoken at council a number of times about that dig once policy kind of thing. And this is a prime example, I think, of, it's a shame that good roads are being ripped up so close together. So I understand in this case that it was, the soil eroded away the pipes at a much faster rate than was anticipated. And, I also don't know if that's something that maybe you've looked at with the agreements that were made with these guys in years past, whether there's any potential liability. I mean, to me, 20 years or less seems like a really short lifespan for a product that was installed at one point in time. But any further questions, Councilor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Jason. Jason, this project is obviously of a high priority. And are you able at this time to give us some kind of idea what the timelines for this work will be?
Through the mayor to Councilor Michelli, provided that we receive approval from council this evening, we will be immediately proceeding to get our tender together, most of which the preliminary work is complete and should have it issued within a matter of weeks. A project of this magnitude would likely be open for tender for at least 3 weeks or so, and our goal would be to have this pipe replaced ideally in 2019.
Oh, thank you, Jason. Just further, and the reason I'm asking, obviously, because it's a bit of a priority as a piece of infrastructure, but in Port Rowan, plans sort of begin around now for the Bayfest activities and celebration, which occurs around Labor Day. And there's a bit of concern among the organizers about whether or not this construction will interfere with some of those activities. So I'm wondering, I know you said 2019, and just so that they can do some planning, is it possible, I was just going to, and I don't want to put you on the spot, Jason, because I know this is an impossible question to answer, but Labor Day, first week of September, what would you say are the chances that there will be a fair bit of downtown Port Rowan dug up that might interfere with this celebration?
Through the mayor to Councilor Michelli, that is a great point that you raise there, especially knowing the route of where this water main runs through the community and the parades and all the downtown festivities there. It is definitely something we could look at coordinating them to try and avoid that as best as possible. Being the month of September, it is not unusual for us to lay water main in that type of time period. So it is likely we can have discussions about that timing with them to see how long they anticipate we would be in the core downtown to make a minimal disruption. But that is something that we'll definitely keep in mind and have some conversations with them about, and I can definitely keep you updated on that.
Jason, thank you very much. That'd be great, because I do want to kind of really keep our communication constant with the people who are involved in that activity. And just one last thing, as Mayor Chop was mentioning, if we're going to have that road dug up, I've had a few residents ask me if while that's being done, when the road is put back together, if it's possible for us to put some pedestrian or bike path markers on there with the traditional share the road signs.
Through the mayor to Councilor Michelli, that is something we can definitely look at. It would a lot of that would have to be determined based on the road widths available. But perhaps that's something that you and I could talk about a little more in depth outside of this meeting and get a better idea of what we could do there.
Thank you very much, Jason. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilor Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Godby. So in addition to what Councillor Michelli was saying, would it be feasible then to say that we would not look at any construction until after Labor Day weekend, until after Bayfest, correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Huffman, I would not want to make that absolute statement at this time. That being said, it all depends on how quick we could get a tender turned around. We could be in and out prior to, without looking at the exact scope of the work through the downtown at this time, and without knowing, I guess, our limits as to where we could or could not encroach in on that coming in from the east side. It's a pretty difficult question to answer, however.
Well, it just, I mean, from, and these are the things that prior to sitting around this table, that as a taxpayer and a resident, you would look at things and think, we couldn't have done that at a different time. So I would just think that with Port Rowan being such a hub of activity in the summer, is that we would want to try and avoid any kind of construction at all during that. And Bayfest is the last kind of big thing with Labor Day weekend. So anyways, those are just my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Huffman, for those comments about that item. But I do want to mention, I do understand the very difficult position that Jason is in with this project. We want to get it done as soon as possible in a convenient frame of time, which I appreciate, and I know other people will appreciate how difficult that will be to do. But we are confident that it's going to work out very well. Thank you.
Anyone else? Great. In that case, I have a motion moved by Councilor Michelli. I'll need a seconder that staff report PW 19-24 Port Rowan St. Williams transmission water main be received as information, and that the approved 2019 capital budget be amended to include the Port Rowan St. Williams transmission water main replacements in the amount of $2,720,000, with funding to be provided from the Water Capital Replacement Reserve Fund. Seconder, Councilor Geisens. Any further discussion? Councilor Columbus?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to make a point. There was some concern expressed that previous councils sometimes overexpended their budget. And these, sometimes when you get surprises like this is how the budget gets overexpended. Like we got $2,720,000 here, then we're going to have a fix up on McDowell Road. So all these things add up. So it's not, you can have the best laid plans, but you can still have a problem.
I think it's usually our operating budget. That's the more one that's come up, but I see your point. Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, next is Mr. Johnson's report on the biannual investment update, staff report FS 19-17.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a biannual investment report that is presented to Council twice a year. This particular version of the report, in the past, we used to split the legacy fund findings with our other investments. This year, I combined them all because I wanted to show Council that we do have different layers of investments. We have the short-term investments, which basically is on a cash flow basis. We've moved money from bank to bank, depending on what was the most competitive GIC rates and so on, the same with the high interest savings accounts. We have a small amount of medium-term investments, and that's a direct result of our reserve balances. If our reserve balances were higher, we would have more medium-term investments. And that leads to our long-term investments, which is the legacy fund. I wanted to ensure council and the public understands there is some rumblings out there that the legacy fund doesn't make money. In fact, it's made over $2.5 million since the inception of the investment. It's the average yield over the life of the investment is 3.2%. We have taken $8 million of that $10 million and put it into our roads construction reserve, which we all know is in a large deficit situation. And we've taken close to $2 million and put it aside for the Norfolk General Hospital grant that was approved by council 3 years ago. The other thing I wanted to point out is these amounts are net of the fees that are charged. And if there are any questions about the report, I would be happy to answer them.
Councilor Rabbits.
Thank you, Mayor Chop, and through you to Mr. Johnson. On page 31 of our agenda, it says staff monitor cash flow on a regular basis to ensure there is money in the bank to pay, on average, a weekly expenditure of $2.3 million for regular operations and capital expenses. I believe that weekly figure should be an annual amount. Would I be correct, James?
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, that is accurate. We spend $2.3 million a week to run Norfolk County.
Understood. Because I just a little confused, because as I get into the report a little further, the one investment memo, it's on page 35, they've got a bullet point there saying an annual sustainable withdrawal of approximately $2 million per year is indexed to keep pace with inflation. Are they referring to a different figure in the one investment memo?
The one investment memo, what they're referring to is the withdrawal that we make every year from the legacy fund. And that withdrawal is $2 million goes towards our road construction reserve, and then $500,000 goes towards a contribution to the Norfolk General Hospital grant.
Understood. Thank you for elaborating on that. One more question. On page 33 of the report, we have only 44 municipalities in Ontario qualify under the prudent investor option, and Norfolk County does not fiscally qualify. And I appreciate that you've given us some information here. I was wondering if you could elaborate on, why we do not fiscally qualify, or what that qualification would look like, and should that be something we should be concerned about in monitoring this significant investment?
Through Madam Mayor to Councillor Rabbits. That's a good question. It might have a little bit of a lengthy answer. So January 1st of 2019, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing introduced a new section in the Act. Well, it adjusted an existing section in the Act. It's called the Prudent Investor Standard. And with that standard, if a municipality qualifies, it doesn't give us free rein on investments, but it expands from the legal list. They call it the legal list of investments that municipalities are able to invest in. So they've expanded on that if you have pre-qualifications. And pre-qualifications is you have to have a minimum amount of $100 million to invest, which we don't have. The other one is your net asset situation needs to be at least $50 million. We are actually in a net debt situation of $20 million forecasted for the 2018 financial statements. So both those qualifications Norfolk County does not qualify for. However, that doesn't prevent the county to have a joint investment board with another municipality or group of municipalities that are in similar situations. And that is actually why I put that in the report, is I was seeking council direction if you wanted to investigate that further.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Johnson. He literally just repeated that exact same thing to me, so thank you for re-articulate. before you were here. I would be interested in seeing what that could look like for council. And additionally, I wondered, we also spoke briefly about Haldeman County. I know that they're in a different investment plan than we are. I would just be interested if you could find some type of reporting on what that looks like and have it shared with council with your thoughts and comments on it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will investigate with Haldeman County to see if they have a public document with their investment results, and I'd be happy to share.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Any further questions? Councilor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question on page 32 where it's showing the rate of return on that legacy fund. The 2019 year to date is at 7.7%. Is that for 6 months, so it's extrapolating to be 15.4, or is that extrapolated out as a year-over-year return?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Van Passen, it's to the end of May, actually, or as of the date that I looked at was May 23rd, I believe. So it's as of that date that that is the amount of return for 2019. The 2018 return was poor, as you can see. In October, as you can see in the attachment, it sort of gets into a little bit of the details on how 2018 was. That was the year that we changed our asset mix to more of an equity, 50% equity investments, which helped us in 2018, but that was offset by, they called it a market correction in October. There was a pretty big bounce back in that month. And then in December, I believe they were blaming it on President Trump closing down the government. There was some negative investments as a result of that. However, you can see in 2019, it has bounced back considerably.
And is that net of fees from the one investment, or?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, these amounts before you are net of fees.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Mr. Johnson. For the people watching at home who may not have this in front of them, could you please tell people what the amount was for 2019 so far from January to the end of, or till May 22nd? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Huffman. So the 2019 year-to-date return of 7.7% equates to approximately $5.4 million.
Any further questions from councilors? Just one question. When you mentioned we changed our asset mix, that's the investment management group that made that modification.
Through you, to Madam Mayor, or to Madam Mayor, sorry. At the last, if I remember correctly, there was a report to council, and at that point we amended the legacy fund policy to reach an asset mix. And we've been working towards that. We also approved a gradual change towards that asset mix, so it wasn't all at once to maximize the returns.
So I'm just wondering, who's the we? Just
Council.
So council determined the mix, or the then council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, through the report to council giving them information, and we had a presentation from the folks One Fund that same day. And
was there any additional sort of expertise brought in from any outsiders at the time? I'm wondering, there's been talk previously in terms of, possibly setting up a group of citizens that have, experience in this to kind of oversee the legacy fund, and I'm just wondering if something like that wouldn't be prudent.
Madam Mayor, so the folks at One Fund do employ investment experts. I believe it's Chums is the investment group that looks after the investments, and they were here that same day, and they did a really good job explaining. Our mix was a bit too heavy on the bonds, and we needed to have more of an equity mix. And with the One Fund, they're the only, because of the legal restrictions or the legal list that the Municipal Act has on investments that municipality can do, because One Fund is sponsored by AMO and MFOA, they enable municipalities to invest into equities and corporate bonds. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to invest in those instruments.
Okay, thanks. So, one other question I just had was, in 2018, the return was 2.36%. Is that correct? Just on page 31.
Madam Mayor, for our short-term investments, yes, it was.
I'm just wondering, like, I just made a quick call to one of our local investment firms, and they, their average GIC was 2.85. I'm just wondering if, I mean, again, if we're going to look at some other municipalities and so on, I think that we've got a number of firms as well here, right in Simcoe even, that, you know, would be at least interested in pitching maybe what they might be able to do, especially with the change in rules and so on, or if we can work with another municipality.
Yes, I'm going to investigate the prudent investor standard to see what options we have to work with another municipality and pool our investments. Absolutely, that is an option that we should look into. When it comes to the short-term investments, I'd be interested to see what time frame your colleague has on that 2.85. We have a really good, aggressive short-term investment procedure. When we have excess cash, we send out notification to a list of local banks and credit unions, and then they send us their best rates. And then we do that on a regular basis. So perhaps if you want to let me know who this person is, I'll make sure that they're on the list.
I will do that. That'd be great. Any further questions? Okay, in that case, I have a motion moved by Councillor Geisens. I'll need a seconder that report FS 19-17, the 2019 biannual investment update be received as information. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Just a fleeting thought here. James, you mentioned how a lot of the commentary around the one fund and the legacy fund is negative, and that the public associates this fund with poor returns. Is there some kind of communication strategy that we could maybe put our department on to share far and wide about our returns this year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Martin, I can discuss that with our CAO and see if we can come up with something.
Any further questions? Okay, I need a seconder. Councillor Rabbits, any further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, next we have communication items. Just a motion that communication items 7A and B be approved as follows. A, that the speed reduction petition to Norfolk County Council be referred to the Public Works Division for review and appropriate response. And B, that the request for designation as a municipally significant event from Matt Suckle Waterford Pumpkin Fest for the craft beer cider area at the Waterford Ballpark be approved pending receipt of all other required approvals. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? That's carried. And okay, now moving on to the approval of minutes. We have the open and closed session minutes of May 14th, 2019 council meeting. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, the minutes are declared as adopted. And on to the reports of committees. First, we have the council in committee meeting from May 21st, 2019, open and closed session. I have a motion. Are there any errors with the council and committee meeting minutes? Okay, a motion that the open and closed session minutes of the May 21st, 2019 council and committee meeting be approved with the exception of resolution number 6, which is pulled for further discussion. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried. And we will now deal with, I believe it's resolution number 6 of May 21st, 2019, council and committee meeting, which deals with staff report FS 19-18 respecting the 2019 tax policies. Councillor Huffman requested this item be dealt with separately. And Councillor Huffman, if you would like to speak to this, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I just wanted to have a little bit more discussion regarding it. Had several people reach out in terms of their thoughts. Obviously, the people who reached out were not farmers. They were residents of Norfolk County, and I just wanted to pull it to see if any of my colleagues were interested in any further discussion regarding this issue. And if not, I would like to have a recorded vote. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was hoping somebody would pull this issue because they're probably feeling guilty recognizing that the extra burden that they're putting on to the farmland. Nobody has a problem shifting $1,948,584 onto the backs of about 1,500 hardworking farm families in the county, and at the same time, the residential area rate is going down. Now, maybe staff could help me on this, but I do believe that in 2018 there was 263 new houses built. 2017 there's over 400 new houses built. 2016 over 250 houses built. So we have an extra 1,000 houses paying into a smaller share of the pie again, but that's okay. We can throw it onto the backs of the farmers because they don't mind paying $2 million extra. So I'm assuming that somebody's going to throw a motion out there to reduce that ratio down to 20, which would get it back to the rate it was in 2016. And it's still a whole percentage higher than it was in 2012. So as a matter of fairness, I'm expecting somebody will make that motion.
Further discussion. Councillor Huffman?
I don't think anyone was feeling guilty. I think the reasoning for bringing this forward is possibly looking at a bit of a deferral to this until our next budget so that we could then reduce it to an amount that was more amenable to the hardworking farmers of Norfolk County, and of which Ward 7 has many. And the reason for the issue that I voted against it was because we are in a very unstable financial political climate right now. So my thoughts were that we would just wait until the next budget and then we could get it to where it really needs to be so that we're not continually going back and forth and back and forth. We get it to where is a rate that is respectful of the hardworking farmers, and we are able to balance things out in a more appropriate manner. Thank you.
Further discussion. Councillor Columbus.
Madam Mayor, I wonder if we could hear from Mr. Johnson again as to what the impact will be going from 0.25 to 0.23, how that will affect the residential property owner, the average residential property owner. I know there's people on the lakeshore in Port Dover, their properties are probably worth twice as much as the downtown urban areas, but Mr. Johnson, can you refer back and how it would impact during our budget talks? I know this is for 2019. I really thought last time we were working on the 2020, but this is the impact on this year's budget.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Columbus. Yes, so this would be effective 2019. With the budget that was passed this year, the average residential homeowner had a 3.1% increase in their taxes, or approximately $80 a year. With this change, it would bring it up to 3.5%, and that would be an additional, I believe, approximately $12 a year for the average residential owner.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. And through you to Mr. Johnson, I understand that we're looking at a lot less information than that was originally presented to us when we were reviewing tax ratios. I'd be very interested in next time we come to budget discussions, we do have those range of fairness information for each class presented to us for deliberation, and I am also very interested in the statutory requirements and how they relate to those ranges of fairness. I understand we were discussing the potential of offsetting this with increasing a rate, and you let us know that would have been outside of a range of fairness for the industrial tax class specifically. And that's very valuable information to have, and I was hoping just to use this as an opportunity to ask for that information next time we're at tax time, and I think that would inform our decision-making process regarding tax ratios moving forward. I did find that very valuable information. I want to thank you for providing that to us at our last meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Rabbits. Councillor Van Pass, I saw your hand. If I could just say one word before a motion gets on the floor. I did a little research myself, and I know this is, it's a controversial decision. It's a difficult one to make. But one thing I know is that Norfolk County's farms are the economic driver here. And in southwestern Ontario, 5 municipalities voted against lowering the farm tax ratios, while 16 of them voted in favor of farmers by lowering them. In Norfolk County, we did $419 million in annual farm gross receipts, and it's in fact the 5th largest agricultural region in Ontario. Revenue from farmland from 2012 to 2016 went from $1.5 million to $2.5 million, and for 2017 to 2020, it will rise by 16% each year as per our staff report. A bushel of corn in 1980 was $3.89 US dollars. In today's markets, it's $3.57. For many cash crop farmers, the tax increase isn't sustainable. I know that this council was elected for a pro-development stance, and this decision, I think, will allow our farmers, a bit more money to make, investments like our on-farm diversified uses that we're going to see later on tonight that hopefully will benefit everyone in Norfolk County. So I think for myself, I continue to support the ratio again. I know it's a challenge for others, but that's just my position. Councillor Van Passen and then Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the treasurer has now put it into context better for it. We're shifting, potentially you could shift $2 million onto 1,500 people, or the other 60,000 residents on their homes, the average home goes up by $12 a year. I can do the math on it, and dividing $2 million into 1,500 farms is a lot more than $12.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just wanted the point to be taken is that I am in no way against reducing the tax ratio for farmers. The point that appears to be continuing to be missed is I am asking for us to look at it for the 2020 budget to bring it down even further so that we can budget everything else accordingly. It is not to be disrespectful to farmers. I have no conflict of interest regarding farming. This is in regards to being more economically, fiscally responsible when we're laying out our budgets for 2020. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to agree with Councillor Huffman here, where I think it's a more appropriate time to deal with the tax increments when we are in the budget discussions, so that we can set that residential rate after we've decided what percentage we're going to tax farmers at, so we can work around it knowing the impact we've made. I would also support looking at this in the budget time. I don't think this is the appropriate time to be discussing it. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
I know my memory's not what it was, but I do remember in my mind a deputation from the Federation of Agriculture while we were doing budgets asking for exactly this, and we're told that we can't do that until later on in the year once the province sets the rate for the education portion of the taxes, and that the report would be coming in April, and now it's almost June, and we're finally getting the report to deal with it. So, I understand that that's the time to look at it, but the taxes are one thing, the ratios are another. They are two separate items that you don't need to deal with them at the same time.
Now, do I have a mover and a seconder for that motion, or Councillor Van Passen and a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Michelli. Okay, any further discussion now on the motion that's on the floor? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I just want to make sure that it's a recorded vote. Thank you, Stephanie.
Any further discussion? Okay,
Through the mayor to council, I will start with Councillor Geisens. Councillor Rabbits.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
No.
Councillor Michelli.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
No.
Mayor Chop.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Oops, sorry. All right, so it's 4 o'clock now, right on the button. I now officially open the public meeting held under the Municipal Act and the Planning Act for the purposes of hearing applications and proposals and affording any persons in attendance the opportunity to make representation to council. A reminder to those coming forward to address, when you come forward to the podium to address council, to please state your full name and address. I'd like to advise all of those in attendance that the Local Planning Appeals Tribunal has the power under the Planning Act to dismiss an appeal to either a zoning bylaw and/or an official plan amendment if the appellant does not make oral submissions at the public meeting or does not make written submissions to Norfolk County Council before the zoning bylaw is passed and/or before an official plan amendment is adopted. The alternative tonight as well, I believe we have a number of people. We will be providing a sign-up sheet, and if you choose to sign your name to the sign-up sheet, that will also preserve your rights to an appeal. Okay, and that sheet is just going to be sitting at the front here. Reminder to speakers that the information presented needs to be condensed. We do have a number of people here this evening. We've anticipated that. So please, if you've heard somebody say something that you already, that was kind of your thoughts, just defer to their remarks so that we can try to get through everyone this evening. I would also like to advise those in attendance that the meetings are televised and web streamed, and all items that are discussed are a matter of public record. So the first report that's coming forward is Staff Report DCS 19-15, and that's regarding an application that has been received to apply a special provision on the subject lands to limit the permitted uses in the MG zone and recognize site-specific use, setback height, and area provisions. Ronald George Banks and Agent Civic Planning Solutions have put forth the application affecting the lands described as 1400 Drive North in Port Rowan. I officially open the public meeting on Staff Report DCS 19-55. And Mr. Collier and Ms. Van Dalen, if you could please present the report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, members of the public. This is a zoning bylaw amendment application, which has come forward as the applicant wishes to sever the subject lands as a separate parcel through a related consent application. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to ensure the compatibility of the severed lot with the adjacent residential uses. The MG zone allows a wide range of permitted uses, some of which could lead to land use conflicts with neighboring residential properties. The applicant is requesting relief from the MG zone setbacks to a residential zone, which is considered appropriate assistance because the uses and size of proposed buildings are limited by the special provision. The subject application is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the Norfolk County official plan. Staff support this application and recommend that it be approved. I'd be happy to answer any questions of council at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Any questions of council? Councilor Van Passen.
I just have one on page 2 of 14 of the report. Under the building and bylaw, number 2, that a fire separation calculation is required. If we're looking at the setback, wouldn't they have calculated the fire separation required in case we'd have to change that setback?
Through the mayor to Councillor Van Passen. The comment is made mostly due to building permit stage when the proposed building comes forward. The layout as laid out in the application deals with the setback to one property line, but they like to do a check when the building permit application comes forward, make sure that the setback to all property lines is appropriate for fire separation.
Another question?
That part I understand, but what if if we approve a setback and then the fire department won't let them build, or the building department won't let them build there anyway, what was the point of approving the setback? It's kind of the things that you need to know up front, aren't they?
Through the chair to the question, there are a couple options if the limiting distance isn't sufficient for fire separation. One of those may be a spatial separation agreement or special fire rating of a building wall to allow the building to be a certain setback from a property line. Again, the details of that come forward with the building permit application, and quite frankly, the building department may not have had all information required to make a detailed comment at the zoning stage.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councilor Roberts?
Thank you, Mayor Chop, and through you to our planning team. Thank you for this report. My question is general in nature, and we've had quite a few planning applications come forward, and we do have a planning advisory committee that I understand is just sort of getting on its feet here and in operation. And I was wondering when we could start expecting planning applications to be circulated to that committee for a response, if that is something we could anticipate in the coming months, or if there's a date that's possibly being targeted, because I do value those that commentary, and I would appreciate receiving that in these planning applications. I know we haven't got to that point yet, but I was wondering if there is an update you could be able to provide to us as to when we could expect to start receiving those recommendations.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Rabbits. The Planning Advisory Committee is a component of our Tourism and Economic Development Advisory Board, and through kind of their terms of reference and the establishment of the PAC, the Planning Advisory Committee, the scope of their review has been limited to policy, so larger policy development. So if we're looking at like an official plan review or some of our general zoning amendments where we're looking at a larger item, that would get provided to the PAC group. But at this time, our standard zoning applications, our standard development applications are not circulated based on the terms of reference, the way that that group was set up.
Any further questions, councillors? Okay, is the applicant, or Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To staff, on page 94 of our agenda, one of the items that's mentioned there is that the site, of course, is going to be under site plan control, and that buffering light emission mitigation will be a consideration here. As this is in Port Rowan, and there have been a couple of instances of complaints by residents of light pollution, will part of the process of site plan control involve also input from neighboring residents to make sure that they are happy with the amount of light that's being emitted by this business?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Typically, the site plan process is not a public process. However, that's not saying that there isn't that opportunity for neighbors to review if that is the desire to move any future applications, any site plans forward in that regard.
Yeah.
Would it be possible then, further to Councillor Michelle's point about the light pollution, to approve this with some kind of condition with it, that there wouldn't, that neighbors would be consulted in terms of?
To you, Madam Mayor, the zoning it wouldn't be captured through the zoning amendment, but the direction of council can be taken under advisement so that when an application comes forward, public consultation can
So
occur.
somebody could add this as an additional
Absolutely.
direction at the
Yes.
end? Okay, any further questions of councillors? Is the applicant or agent in attendance?
Good evening, Dave Rowe, agent for the application. The proposal itself is really quite simple. It's going to be a storage building for marine craft. The owner owns the adjacent marina business, and his intention is to build strictly a storage building for marine craft. We're not anticipating a great deal of lighting. It's going to be rather a boring building, metal-sided with limited amount of windows and that type of thing. Very similar to other buildings that he has on the other part of his property. Other than that, the site plan should be very straightforward, a driveway in, several parking spaces, and that'll be pretty well it. It is as simple as they come, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from councillors? I know the lighting thing seems like a simple thing, but we have more complaints come in regards to lighting from buildings than you
Well,
can imagine.
I can assure you it won't be a problem with this building.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of the application? Okay, is there anyone in attendance that wishes to speak in general or against the application? In that case, if I could have a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? And does somebody wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Columbus.
So move staff recommendation.
Okay, thanks, sir. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Rabbits. Any further discussion? Okay, and all those in favor? That's carried. Okay, next is staff report ZCS 19-64. That's in regards to a zoning bylaw amendment that is proposed to the Norfolk County zoning bylaw 1Z 2014 to add on-farm diversified uses as a permitted use in the agricultural zone with specific provisions, and to amend the agricultural zone to add farm brewery and farm distillery as permitted uses. Norfolk County has put forth the application affecting all lands within Norfolk County, and ZNPL 2019-135, an amendment to sections 3.36, surplus farm dwelling severance properties of the Norfolk County zoning bylaw 1Z-2014, is proposed to allow all surplus farm dwelling severances to proceed with automatic zoning bylaw amendments. Norfolk County has put forth the application affecting all lands within Norfolk County. I officially open the public meeting upon staff report DCS 19-64. And Ms. Van Dalen, if you could please present your report.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Chop. This application is a general amendment to the Norfolk County zoning bylaw. It's part of a semi-annual amendments that planning puts forward, essentially housekeeping amendments to ensure that our bylaw is up to date and reflective of the current needs and desires of the community. The proposed amendment that is before you today includes new provisions that includes farm brewery, farm distillery, on-farm diversified uses, and an update to the surplus farm dwelling automatic zoning provisions. So for the farm brewery and farm distillery and on-farm diversified uses, it's including a new definition within the zoning bylaw, which will recognize breweries and distilleries as of right in similar vein to farm wineries currently. that'll catch up. In terms of the on-farm diversified uses, the amendment that is proposed to the zoning bylaw will implement the policies that are currently contained with our official plan, within the Norfolk County official plan, as well as the guidelines that have been outlined by OMAFRA with respect to the on-farm diversified uses. They do include some specific provisions when dealing with on-farm diversified uses, and in terms in including the size and scale, and some provisions with respect to accountability for that size. The last amendment that is included within this update is with respect to the existing site-specific, or excuse me, the existing provision with respect to surplus farm dwelling severances. So currently we do have automatic zoning that applies for if you meet certain criteria when processing a surplus farm dwelling severance. And what this amendment will do, will update that so it's more inclusive, and will reduce the need for subsequent applications, and will apply across the board for all surplus farm dwellings. The amendments, in particular to the on-farm diversified as well as the farm brewery and distillery, have been completed in consultation with our Tourism and Economic Development Board, our Agricultural Advisory Board, as well as a number of the local wineries and breweries for the Wineries Association. This amendment was generally brought forward September of last year, and based on the conversations that we had with those groups, has been amended to the policies that you see before you today. Based on the foregoing, staff are recommending support of the proposed amendments and are happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Questions from councilors? Councilor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Van Dalen, what are the minimum requirements to identify a property, a farm?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Columbus. We don't have minimum requirements per se in terms of a farm definition. However, within the zoning bylaw, a minimum parcel size is considered to be 40 hectares.
Thank you.
Any further questions from councilors? Councilor Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to Ms. Van Dalen. I wondered if you could spend a little time clarifying to me the Section B, 12.3 on-farm diversified use, specifically discussing the 2% of a farm parcel. Can you just explain that to me and why it's relevant?
Through you, Madam Mayor, with respect to the 2%, when the on-farm diversified guidelines were established, there was a size and scale requirement that was considered as part of recognition of the use. The 2% it works in conjunction with a lot size, or with also up to 1 hectare, and that again is to try and limit the size and scale of some of the on-farm diversified uses. Because we know that there are parcels out there that are smaller in nature, sometimes if you have that 1 hectare, it might take up a lot more of that parcel and remove some of the opportunities for agricultural production. So the intent of the 2% of the policies is to allow some flexibility for the agricultural community, for the farm parcels, while also balancing that against preservation of agricultural lands in the long run.
Councilor Van Pasten?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just actually as a follow-up to that question, I think I got this straight in my mind, that what we're trying to do is, I'm going to be old-fashioned and say I got the 100-acre farm because the math is easier. I'm allowed to change 2% to an on-farm diversified use. I can sort of take my old barn, fix it up, do something different with it that meets the criteria, and I can do that as an automatic on 2 acres of the 100-acre farm. Now, if I was looking to create something that's bigger than that, then I would go through the zoning amendment process. It's still allowed, except at this scale, it's automatic. Anything larger than that, we still have to come back to council and ask for it. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, when it says crops grown primarily on the farm operation, would you just put a little bit more of a definition to that for me, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the intent of that is to try and have trying to maintain an agricultural component from the farm parcel for the brewery, so that there is some connection there to the land, so that the intent is not to have a brewery open up and that be the kind of only primary use on the property, that there is that additional component, that there are crops and items that are being grown on the property into the production.
Thank you. It just seems that saying primarily may be unintentionally restrictive, where they may still be using some materials and whatnot grown on the farm, but they might have to source or anything like that. Is there a percentage that's given to that primarily, or is it more of a guideline?
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, it's intended to be more of a guideline, so that it, depending on crops, that it builds in some flexibility. So if one year is better or worse than another, we're not relying specific on a percentage and kind of regulating that way, just so it's a general guideline.
That's what I was hoping. Thank you.
I just have a question, Shanna. You said something before, so, and I'm not sure if I misunderstood. Is this just applying to farms that are greater than 40 hectares?
Through Madam Mayor, no. The minimum 40 hectares is the requirement in our zoning bylaw to give lot sizes. However, we recognize there are a number of parcels that are larger or smaller than that, and those smaller parcels are typically just be a non-conforming size with the zoning, but the provisions would be applicable to any agricultural zoned properties.
Okay, sounds good. So one thing I did just want to point out is that the 2% as well, up to at the maximum of 1 hectare, that's just a guideline from the province and not any kind of legal requirement.
That is correct.
So I'm just wondering, and if everybody just kind of put this into context, I had somebody that wrote Norfolk County that was interested in putting a distillery on, as an example, a 3-acre piece of farmland. Very small piece that's been severed off, so the likelihood of farming that 3-acre piece is probably quite low, and yet that would be sufficient space to put on a distillery. And I'm just wondering if there wouldn't be, I spoke with Ms. Dusling earlier, kind of an interest in possibly ensuring that this is equitable for everyone, so that we would say something, as opposed to keep putting the 2% in there, that we would look at saying that no on-farm diversified uses shall exceed 1 hectare. And that way it's on an equal basis for everybody, as opposed to somebody that has a smaller property. Now they would be able to do it, but they would have to come to council and apply for an amendment and so on and so forth. So that's just kind of my perspective on that. But with that, I would like to, I guess we don't have an applicant or an agent, but if anybody is here today that would like to speak in favor of this application. Okay. Does anyone wish to speak in general or against the application? Is there anything further from council? Councillor Columbus.
Just like to say that the Agricultural Advisory Board has spoken about this subject many times, and they are very happy with the direction that's being given by the planning department.
Thank you. I think it's a huge leap forward. It's fantastic. One question I will ask, because I know there's a number of people here, and I believe it's all been confirmed in emails, but this, of course, would be extended to botanical operations as well.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct.
Perfect. Okay, in this case, I wouldn't mind if I could pass the chair to Councillor Martin.
Mayor Chop.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation with one amendment, that no on-farm diversified uses shall exceed 1 hectare. That would be removing the 2% restriction.
And a seconder. Councillor Rabbits, and further discussion. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried.
And if I could have a motion as well, I should have done that beforehand. My apologies to close the public meeting. Councillor Huffman and Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, next is what I think everybody's here for this evening. Staff report DCS 19-65, and this is in regards to an application that has been received to amend the Norfolk County zoning bylaw 1Z 2014, section 3.21 Delta to permit a cannabis production and processing facility to be located 12 meters, which is 39 feet from a sensitive land use, single detached dwelling, whereas the bylaw requires 150 meters for a cannabis production and processing use that utilizes adequate air treatment control as defined by the bylaw. In addition, relief is being sought from section 4.9Z to permit 9 parking spaces, whereas 62 parking spaces are required. Sean Zhang and agent Gary Blazek have put forth the application affecting the lands described as 681 Concession 14 in Townsend. I now officially open the public meeting upon staff report DCS 19-65. And Mr. Vaughn, if you could please present your report. Oh, Councilor Hoffman.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, hang on just a minute. Sorry, Matt. Prior to start, can we just take a moment to make sure that everybody is in and gets seats and similar to what we did at our last?
There's still
Yeah.
more people? I didn't know.
Yeah, there's
So,
lots.
okay.
Thank
We
you.
have the committee, thanks for the heads up. I didn't realize it was people all hiding back there. We've
Yeah.
got 2 committee rooms open, and they are going to stream everything so that we can, you can watch from inside, and there's some more seats in there. Okay, we'll get going now on Staff Report DCS 19-65. And if I could ask all councillors to please speak up as well. I guess everybody here is having a bit of trouble hearing. So we'll get started with Mr. Vaughn. If you could please present your report.
Thanks very much. So the applicant is requesting relief from a setback of 150 meters, and the setback is requested at 12 meters. They're also seeking relief from a parking requirement as well. The subject lands are on the north side of concession 14 Townsend Road, east of the town of Simcoe. The lands are bordered by a number of rural residential lots on east, south, and west, and there's an orchard north of the subject lands. There's a large 8,600 square meter greenhouse that consumes the majority of the area of the subject lands. There is one single detached dwelling on site, as well as outdoor storage related to cannabis production and processing. There we go. So this is just a map. This is also attached in the report, and it shows the distance from the existing cannabis production and processing facility to the nearest residential dwelling. So as you can see on the west side there, it's 12 meters. There are a number of other residential dwellings, which this facility also does not meet the setback requirement for. The subject development appears to be operating outside of the intent of the regulatory framework that governs its use. The intent of permitting registered or designated production facilities is for the medical use of cannabis, and its intent is only for 4 persons per address. The proposed development has created a significant source of land use conflict due to abnormal odor emissions between its industrial/pharmaceutical use and the adjacent rural residential dwellings. The development exhibits a land use pattern that is causing an environmental, public health, and safety concern for the area residents. The proposed development is not compatible with the adjacent rural residential dwellings. The location of the facility does not offer adequate separation or buffering to prevent adverse effects from the abnormal odors emanating from the facility year-round. The proposed development is not in the interest of Norfolk County. The proposed development increases rather than reduces conflict between existing land uses. The request of a 12-meter setback from a sensitive land use does not provide adequate buffering and therefore adds conflict to the adjacent sensitive land uses. Norfolk County does not consider production and processing of cannabis to be an agricultural farm practice nor a normal farm practice. As a means to continue to permit cannabis production and processing within the agricultural zone to allow fair access to the pharmaceutical product for persons with a medical need, the county has implemented setback control measures to reduce or prevent abnormal odor emissions from causing land use conflicts. The proposed non-agricultural development is requesting a setback from a sensitive land use of 12 meters. Planning staff are of the professional opinion that this separation distance is not adequate and only aggravates the incidence of land use conflict between the cannabis production and processing use and adjacent sensitive land uses. Staff do not consider the development to be a normal farm practice and do not consider it to be compatible with the existing adjacent uses. The cannabis production processing setback requirements from a sensitive land use is based on using a combination of the Ministry of Environment D6 guidelines and the OMAFRA minimum distance separation formula. When implemented correctly, the setback requirements take into account the D6 guidelines, and using the setback requirements is an effective means of mitigating abnormal odor emissions emanating from the production and processing of cannabis. The subject application proposes a reduced setback with air treatment control, so it would reduce the setback from 300 to 150 meters, but they're seeking 12 meters. Staff are of the opinion that this is significantly reduced and not adequate separation distance from a sensitive land use. In addition to odor concerns, cannabis production and processing facilities also emit a significant amount of light pollution after dusk, particularly during the vegetative cycle of the product's production. Having an adequate amount of separation from a cannabis production and processing use is important in terms of safety, health, and compatibility. The application is not consistent with the PPS. It does not meet the intent of the Norfolk County official plan and does not represent good planning. Planning staff recommend refusal.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Any questions for Mr. Vaughn from council? Councilor Rabbits.
Thank you, Mayor Chapman, through you to Mr. Vaughn. Had a question regarding the format. Usually when we receive these documents and it's in line with the provincial policy statement, Norfolk County official plan, we get some nice check marks that shows that both of these policies are in alignment and it represents good planning. In this instance, we have an example of an application that does not represent good planning and does not fall within those guidelines, and there's usually a little X along those graphs indicating, what the intent of the policy is and what's actually taking place through the land use. And I was just wondering if that was missed, if I'm to interpret what you've presented. I'm really referring to page 125 and 126, looking at the intent of the policy and then what's transpiring on the land. And I'm assuming that, these would be X's across the board, but for all I know, there's something in there that would maybe represent a check mark, or there's one caveat there where it is representing good planning. And I, for lack of a better word, was looking for those X's and those check marks to kind of understand what's in line and what is not. And my assumption is that there is not a single aspect of this application that falls in line with either the Norfolk County official plan or the provincial policy statement. Would I be correct in that, Matt?
Through the mayor, that is correct. This, thank you for that point. This format for this report is a bit different. I do get into some aspects of the PPS we may or may not normally get into, as well as the official plan. But you're right in your assumption that in almost every case, this does not comply or conform to our policies and is not consistent with provincial policy.
Any further questions? Okay, is the applicant or agent in attendance?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, and members of council. My name is Gary Blazik. I'm a planning consultant, and I am the agent for the applicant, Mr. Sean Zhang. You have before you the recommendation and the analysis of the county planner, Mr. Vaughn, and our team received that information on Friday, have had the opportunity to review it ourselves. We reviewed it in the context of a planning justification report that I prepared and submitted in support of the original application. And now we have Mr. Vaughn's assessment and recommendation as well to evaluate, and we have done that since we've been in receipt of it. And when I say we, our team involves not only myself as a planning consultant, but Mr. Zhang, who is the owner-operator of the facility, his solicitor, and the consulting engineers that we have used in our team to try and seek out a technical solution to this problem of odor, which our understanding is really the only identified problem with this operation as expressed to us. And it is the area, along with the zoning bylaws minimum requirements for parking for an industrial use, for which we seek relief. So in response to Mr. Vaughn's planning report, we have prepared an addendum to my original planning justification report to provide some additional information for you, not only in terms of response to some of the issues that Mr. Vaughn has raised, but also with the intent to try to provide some clarification of the proposed technical solution to this odor problem, which we're not entirely sure everyone really understands. So I'm going to try to take you through that in layman's terms today. I believe the supplementary information that I'm about to present was submitted to the county clerk this afternoon by Mr. Zhang's solicitor, but given the timing and the convenience, I've printed hard copies for everyone, which I would like to distribute now, if that's okay, so that you would have before you what I'm about to refer to. The addendum, okay. And then there's also a technical report from the consulting engineer. I think everybody has it. I have additional copies if anyone would like one at the staff level, etc. So what I'd like to refer to is that there are 4 sections in my planning justification report addendum. And with respect to the issue that was just raised by Councillor Rabbits, there is a matter of professional opinion upon which Mr. Vaughan and I disagree regarding adherence to the provincial policy statement. Everyone realizes who works with the provincial policy statement that it is a general guideline. It is intended to be interpreted after all of the policies are read from start to finish. So the entirety of the document and all of its various sections are intended to be evaluated in the context of each individual planning application that is subject to the PPS. So as you can see here in section 1 of my planning justification report addendum, I have identified at least 9 sections of the provincial policy statement which I feel, in my professional opinion, support the activity that is going on the subject lands, particularly the activity that's going on in the subject lands with the modernization to it that I am about to describe in layman's terms. Similarly, the second section of my addendum, the official plan, I have itemized a few sections of the county's official plan which I feel are very supportive to the use. Even though I recognize that the municipality has removed the production and processing of cannabis as part of the definition for farm, it still is recognized as an agricultural use. It falls within all definitions of agricultural uses, particularly the definition of agricultural uses in the official plan and the provincial policy statement. And I draw your attention to section 4.4 of the Norfolk County official plan, which promotes agriculture and sets a future framework for agricultural activities in the county. When the plan was prepared, it recognized that there was a significant change in process in the county of Norfolk with respect to agriculture. We're all aware of the fact that this was a strong tobacco producing region, and that has changed over time. And the official plan, the most recent version of your official plan, recognizes that transition and the evolution of predominant agricultural activities in the county to some new and evolving activities. And it is our position that the cultivation of cannabis in Norfolk County, as well as throughout Ontario, represents a modern evolution of agricultural activity and practice. To that end, very few municipalities, very few jurisdictions have a lot of experience in regulating the production and processing of cannabis. It's a fairly new agricultural industry. The entire industry has been legalized in a national way less than a year ago. So having said that, it is not surprising that very few municipalities or jurisdictions have prepared any adequate standards or accepted standards and regulations for regulating this use based on substantial experience, because we're all gaining experience as we go. To that end, there are no published standards or regulations yet provided by the province of Ontario that we can use for planning purposes with respect to the evaluation of these uses. So when it comes to an issue such as the production of cannabis and the processing of it on a particular site, generally speaking, the issues have been related to noise, odor, particulate emissions, etc. And to that end, all approval and regulatory authorities and bodies, including municipalities, have deferred to the Ministry of the Environment and Climate Culture regulations for dealing with emissions, odors, etc., from industrial uses. These are often referred to as the D6 guidelines. Staff are certainly familiar with them, and I'm familiar with them because I work with them quite frequently. So what I would like to do is skip now to item 4, the proposed technical solution, and try to explain in layman terms what is proposed here for the existing greenhouses on the subject lands. And then I will come back with my concluding remarks as to why we feel the application for the zoning bylaw amendment is appropriate. It became evident when I read Mr. Vaughan's planning report and speaking to him about it and during the case throughout the evaluation of this proposal and speaking to others, particularly those who might have seen the greenhouse operation or been in the vicinity, that there was a misunderstanding of how the treatment of the odors and emissions would take place. Currently, that greenhouse facility has what we'll call roof vent louvers, which are opened when the environmental conditions dictate it. And those are generally as a result of heat and humidity inside the facility. So when those roof louvers or vents are opened to the sky, odors escape at that critical point when the cannabis plants are maturing in their flowering stage. With the right atmospheric conditions, there will be odors. There's no way around that when the roof vents are opened in this passive ventilation system, which is essentially the same ventilation system that was used by this greenhouse facility when it was used for the production of tomatoes. The proposal, the technical proposal here, to stop these odors and emissions essentially involves a complete reversal of the airflow from those roof vents and louvers. In other words, they will be opened only to draw air from the outside into the facility. We have a series of, I think, 15 or 20 very large fans that can blow air out of the facility through these louvers. And the proposal here is to reverse the direction of those fans so that they will only draw air from the outside rather than expelling any air from inside the facility out. So in effect, what we're doing here with this proposal is creating negative pressure inside the actual greenhouse. By drawing this air in, it is then forced to go through a series of carbon filters which remove any odor or particulate whatsoever from the air. And the air that is drawn into the building is forced out through these carbon filters in a completely odorless condition. The air inside this 1 million square cubic feet facility will be exchanged 20.75 times per hour in its entirety. This system will run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. So what we have is a complete reversal of airflow. The only exchange with raw external air will be that which is drawn into the facility, and it'll be polished, scrubbed, if you will, cleaned, and forced out through carbon filters in a completely odorless fashion. So we're not sure that that was understood with respect to the technical specifications of equipment and designs that were presented in the planning justification report that accompanied the application. As such, we took it upon ourselves to not only prepare this addendum, which I've just spoken to about the system in layman terms, I hope, but we've also had a peer review of the proposal by an environmental engineer, Mr. Jim Anderson from CCS Engineering Incorporated. He looked at the entire specifications for this proposed system, and he is very familiar with the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change regulations, the D6 guidelines, if you will. And he has presented a covering letter and an analysis of the situation, which you also have here before you. And he has indicated that there will be no odor emitted from the facility once the system is operational. He has added one caveat, and that is a regular and specific maintenance program to make sure that the carbon filters and the filtration equipment are working at 100% capacity and optimum efficiency at all times. So with respect to his analysis, which essentially verifies and supports the proposal that we have received from experts in the field who have outfitted numerous greenhouse facilities, who have numerous hard building facilities for the production and processing of cannabis, we're absolutely confident that the new system will eliminate all odors in their entirety from escaping from this facility. So to that end, I draw your attention to number 3 in the planning justification addendum, and this is our analysis in this context regarding the actual application for the zoning bylaw amendment. As you are aware, there are 2 sections of the zoning bylaw where we are seeking relief. The first one is from the existing 150-meter setback, which is in your parent bylaw, for cannabis production and processing facilities that use air treatment control facilities. We feel that that standard is somewhat arbitrary. It has not been established by any regulations, scientific evidence, proof of a need for that distance, a smaller distance, or a greater distance. In essence, it's a planning regulation that errs on the side of caution. And that's very understandable that you would take that approach without any Ministry of Environment guidelines, without any technical standards established by any other regulatory or scientific authority. So that standard, where you are erring on the side of caution, becomes almost obsolete in terms of evaluating a system such as that that's proposed, because there is no odor that can escape whatsoever. The only air that can leave the building comes through the carbon filtration system. So in that respect, the reduction in the proposed setback from 150 meters, which we feel is arbitrary, to the existing setback, which is about 12 meters, is appropriate, because the issue that causes or has potential to cause the land use conflict with the sensitive uses nearby, namely the residences, has been eliminated. So if the problem is eliminated, the need for a setback of 150 meters no longer becomes necessary. The second area that we seek relief from in the zoning bylaw is the parking standards for this facility. By amendment, the county has added cannabis production and processing facilities to the parking regulation standards for industrial uses. And there is only one parking standard for industrial uses, notwithstanding the fact there could be a wide variety of industrial uses. As you're well aware, some industrial uses are very labor intensive and others are not labor intensive at all. This particular use is not at all labor intensive. And as a result of that, we have done evaluations of the parking on the site. There's plenty of room on the site for more parking than we need. But we've never observed, nor has the owner-operator ever observed more than 5 vehicles on the site at any one time. That includes vehicles associated with owners and visitors. And to that end, we have proposed a standard of 9 parking spaces, which essentially gives us almost an 80% buffer above and beyond the number of parking spaces that have ever been utilized on site. If we use the calculations that are in the parent zoning bylaw for this industrial use, this use would require approximately 62 parking spaces, and that would be wasteful of resources and land, and understanding that we would have to go through a detailed site planning process later if this bylaw is approved. Those parking spaces would have to be improved and paved, etc., and that would be a wasteful use of resources and land. So we're trying to come up with a standard that's essentially associated with this facility and its operational characteristics, not only in terms of parking, but also in terms of its complete elimination of all odors escaping from the facility. And that is why we feel that the application for rezoning to these requested standards is appropriate and it is good planning. The implementation of the operational systems that we're proposing here will eliminate all land use conflict related to odor. And if that is the issue that we're considering here, then this proposal, in my professional opinion, constitutes good planning.
Thank you, sir. I have a question just before we pass it over to council. You say we have never observed more than 5 vehicles at a time. The facility has been operational, correct?
I have never observed more than 5 vehicles on the site during my multiple visits.
So, as in you don't see a change from the way the facility is operated currently to the way it would be in the future?
Not in terms of the requirements for labor and visitors.
How long has the owner owned the property for?
I'm not exactly sure the date of acquisition, but I believe it's sometime in the year 2017.
So, I'm not sure yet, but I'm just guessing that the number of people that are here today are likely speaking in opposition. I'm just curious as to why, if there is these treatment alternatives that you're speaking about in terms of the reversal of airflow and carbon filtration systems and so on, which I do believe exist. In fact, I hope some of this gets used in some other facilities, but I'm just wondering why they wouldn't have been implemented prior to now, given the complaints of the neighbors.
There may have been a lack of awareness of the availability of this solution. I can't speak for the owner, but there may have been a lack of awareness of the availability of this solution. And I can't quantify the extent of the problem with the odor emissions. You know, how intense the odor was, how many days, what the other atmospheric conditions were. But when we received the call to come look at this facility, I know from my past experience, and I've worked with several cannabis production and processing operations throughout southwestern Ontario. I've dealt with this situation before. I've seen these carbon filtration and negative air systems in operation. I've seen them in operation in private dwellings. I've seen them in operation in converted rural schools. I've seen them in operation in warehouse buildings.
Okay.
And I've seen them in operation in greenhouses. But the operator had not seen them or was aware of them.
Councillor Van Passen, then Councillor Huffman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. A very good presentation on dealing with the odors. I look at your planning justification report, class 3 industrial category. One of the problems is dust and or odor that is persistent and intense, and the carbon filters, I assume, will solve that problem because you explained it to us very well. The other items in a class 3 is noise and sound that is frequently audible off the property, ground or vibration that is ground-borne that can frequently be perceived off the property. I have enough experience with greenhouse fans that are only 4 feet. They're not greenhouse fans that are going to move 24 million cubic feet per hour. I would suspect there's going to be some noise and some vibration from those fans that will be sensed off the property. And that's another reason to be at the 150 cubic meter. Do you have any comments from your engineering firm on how quiet those will be?
First off, this is not a Class 3 industrial facility, which is a large-scale manufacturing or processing facility characterized by large physical size, et cetera. This is a Class 1 facility?
If I could, I'm using your report, and it says category Class 3. One of the issues is noise, frequently audible off-property, dust, persistent and intense, or dust and odors, persistent and intense, vibration, ground-borne, frequently perceived off the property. That's what your report gives us.
The report summarizes all 3 classifications that the Ministry of the Environment uses for industrial uses, Class 1, 2, and 3. Our consulting engineers consider this to be a Class 1 operational facility, not a Class 3. But having said that, the existing fans that are now in operation would not be increased in number, size, or intensity. They essentially would be reversed in the way that they move air. So we're not talking about the installation of several new fans that have the potential to create noise and vibration. Essentially, what is in operation now is what would be in operation in the future. It will just be working differently by bringing air in and forcing it through the carbon filters. So there won't be the addition of any new large roof-mounted fans or equipment such as that.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Through you to our deputation, or I guess it's not a deputation. Okay, I have a couple questions. One, I want to start with the parking spaces. So you're saying that you don't need to have the large number of parking spaces?
No.
Okay. Currently, how many parking spaces are there, did you say? There's 6 or 9?
Well, the parking area, if I can call it that, on site has not been paved, improved, marked, etc. There's the potential easily to park in excess of 20 or 30 vehicles there, but there would be no need to improve or pave or make impervious that much surface.
Okay, but you had stated, I think, that you had never really seen more than 5 or 6 vehicles on site.
That's right.
Okay. So my question would be, and I know you may not have the answer, but I still feel it prudent to ask this question. Where are the employees parking? How are the employees getting to work?
There's a part, what I'll call the main parking area is behind the existing dwelling that is at the southeast corner of the property.
Okay.
So they park essentially in a pull-in fashion behind that dwelling, and there's probably the potential to park 10 or 12 vehicles right there.
Okay. I guess my question would be, I was just wondering when you were talking about the low number of vehicles as to how the employees, were getting to work and things like that. Now, I know I'm not a lawyer, not a planner, not a cultivator, but I have a few questions. Thank you, Mayor Chop, for asking some of them. That was very helpful. I just wanted to get the answer again, clarification, that there was no filtration previously when is it Yang? Sorry, I wrote it down. I've got it
Zhang.
wrong. And when that was purchased and this business started, you're saying that there was no filtration installed because he wasn't aware of it?
He wasn't aware that there was an odor emission problem when he initiated the
You can
building.
get everybody just to let them speak. I feel your frustrations, I do.
He wasn't aware that there was an odor emission problem when he initiated the business. He became aware of that through the complaint-driven process, which really drives most zoning enforcement. It's a complaint-driven process. So when the complaints were lodged, he became aware of that. And at that point in time, he began exploring what would be the alternatives to remedy the situation.
Okay, so, but the reason that you're here tonight is requesting the setback.
We're requesting relief from the setback for these facilities that have air treatment control systems. There's no rationale to make the setback 150 meters, 100 meters, or 1,000 meters for that matter. There's just no technical guidelines or standards in this industry that give credence to any level of setback. We can't pin the setback on any supporting documentation that says 150 is right, or 50 is right, or 1,000 is right.
Okay.
So to that end, we're requesting relief based on a technical, engineered solution to the odor emission problem that we feel renders the 150-meter setback to be excessive and unnecessary based on the solution that we have.
Respectfully, but you can't ask for a setback for something that doesn't meet the criteria. There is no filtration system in place. So it would be my recommendation, or my layman's understanding, is that if you wanted to receive relief from the setback, that first off you would have to install all of the things that you've spoken about in terms of the filtration, etc. I mean, it doesn't, to me, make sense that we would grant relief on setback when none of this other criteria have been put into place. Because my understanding is, and I'm quite familiar with the property, and I'm the councillor for that ward, and I live in that ward, is that there is no fencing. In terms of security issues, there's no shading for the stadium effect that comes from the lighting. There is no filtration, and I'm sorry, but I will be blunt, and I really don't know how many people this facility employs. So, and I do find it, I have to say, and I won't be too combative with it, but I do need to make a point on behalf of the representatives that elected me to be here tonight, that I find it offensive that this request is being made. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Mr. Blazak, similar questions. This operation's been in business for 2 years at least. Okay. I read in under the OPP writings here, as part of the report on page 119, that the OPP made 10 visits out there over a 6-month period. So how would the owners of this operation not know that they had an odor problem when that many OPP visits were made on behalf of the calls from the neighborhood?
If we assume that the OPP visits were as a result of odor complaints,
It says
then obviously the owner would be aware that that is an issue. And to be perfectly frank with you, sir, it was when he was served with notice of violation of the zoning bylaw that he took concrete action and hired professionals to solve the problem.
the other thing, so even if this was passed as approved tonight, and it still would not meet you're allowed, with this technology and use that you're talking about, you'd still have to be 150 meters away from the closest residence, right?
Your zoning bylaw requires that now regardless, without any justification or any substantial support as to why that number was chosen.
So still you're 138 meters out. You're asking for 12 meters, 138 meters. That's a huge difference. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I find it very hard to believe that you said to us that there's only one complaint, and that's the odor. I know another major complaint, as Councillor Huffman said, is the stadium effect. And then to Councillor Van Passen, your firm classifies this as a Class 1 industrial facility. But the last line of that is there are daytime operations only with infrequent movement of products. Daytime operations only. Why have the lights on at night at all, creating the stadium effect, if they are daytime operations only?
It's my understanding that the operation of the lights are seasonal and timed to specific elements, times of the crop cycle, as they would be in any greenhouse operation for any crop. The use of the lights is seasonal and it's timed on the crop cycle's needs and requirements, and that is the situation here. So the lights are not on all of the time. The fact that there could be possible light escaping through the roof or the greenhouse is something that has been well established by the existence of the greenhouse over time. There would always be lights on in a greenhouse at some point in time for some duration. The fact that the crop has changed has not changed the frequency or the intensity of that situation. And Mr. Zhang is responding to the notice of violation of the zoning bylaw that was provided to him by the county, and that is the area which we're seeking relief from. Some of the other issues which, in fairness to everyone here, some of the other issues which we're talking about, such as parking or servicing of parking areas, light pollution, if I can call it that, many of those issues lend themselves to treatment at the site plan approval stage, where the county has the authority to, under the Planning Act, ask for many other conditions of physical improvements on the site exclusive from zoning. So assuming that the site was zoned properly, and in this case we'll need a zoning bylaw amendment to zone it properly, then the municipality still has that site plan approval set of conditions that the owner-operator will inevitably have to face. This is everything from servicing parking areas, security lighting, landscaping, fencing. All of those issues are subject to site plan control. And generally speaking, the site plan control issues and that process comes after rezoning.
Sir, do you want to?
No, it's okay.
My question was, you know the lights are on at night. This is daytime use only. How can your firm justify a Class 1? That's where I was getting at with that.
Okay, it's not my firm
Sorry.
that has done that. That is a consulting engineering
Very sorry.
thing here, and I shouldn't speak for Mr. Anderson because he's not here.
If I could just jump in on Councillor Rabbits and then Councillor Huffman, just one question. So you do planning regularly then. So in this case, there is an existing greenhouse, an existing building. So it, in my view, actually would be one of the unique situations where site plan control didn't apply, because how would it meet the definition of development? So I'm just wondering how you figure that site plan control would automatically come after the zoning.
Well, it's not automatic, but the county is within their jurisdiction to ask for it and require it, and I'm sure the county planning department here can verify that.
The site plan control applies to development.
Right. I mean,
right?
you could consider this to be a redevelopment of the site. If the only thing we were here to discuss was the establishment of a parking lot and an improvement of it, that would come under site plan control, and it would constitute redevelopment in a technical sense.
Okay, I just don't know that that's necessarily correct to say that site plan control would come after the rezoning component. Councillor Rabbits and then Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Chop, and through you to our agent presenting this application. I'm going to be decidedly more combative with my comments towards you, and I hope you can appreciate that fact and where I'm coming from. I just want to summarize some of the concerns that are currently on this site. Not only do we have intense odors coming from the facility, the closest residence is a mere 12 meters away from the greenhouse operation. We have light pollution taking place with the stadium effect has been mentioned, deterioration of residential property values. Many would move, but they're concerned about the asking price they would get on their properties because of the vicinity to your client. Security and safety reasons. In June of 2017, on the 14th, a raid was conducted in which 21 criminal code offenses were applied to 7 individuals. This site has been operating as an illegal grow-op since 2017. Since that date, it's been operating out of compliance with our regulations, and now you're asking for forgiveness. With all due respect, sir, I don't see how you could, think that you would have any other outcome other than filling this chamber with those that are in opposition to this application, considering the timelines that I've just laid before you. Do you have any commentary or any response regarding the previous condition of the illegal grow operation, the continuance of an out-of-compliance operation, and asking for forgiveness? Would your client, and would you be amenable to complying with the regulations that we have in place, or is this simply an application that's only going to proceed forward if we forgive the out-of-compliance activities and not apply those setbacks, odor mitigation controls, among other caveats that we have in our regulations? Would you be willing to comply with our laws, or is this not something that you or your client are willing to entertain?
I can't comment on the issue that prompted the referenced OPP raids, why and how they happened, what generated them, what the charges are, and what the disposition of that. That's certainly not for me to comment on, or for anyone other than the police. I can tell you now that the existing operation operates as a custom grow operation to serve 4 existing licenses that are issued federally by the Canadian government. So they are a licensed producer, and they have on site the 4 licenses give them the capacity to grow 1,356 cannabis plants on the site. The site will not support that. So typically the maximum number of plants, and I meant to reference this in my earlier remarks, is 1,300. That is essentially the capacity of the facility. So the existing operator grows 1,300 plants under 4 existing LP arrangements as approved by the federal government. So the operation is appropriately licensed under the federal regulations for the production of medical cannabis. It may not have been historically. It certainly is now at this point as we speak and consider this application.
Thank you. And I have just one more question for you, sir. And through the chair to you, do you live in close proximity to a cannabis production facility, or does anyone in your report live adjacent to or in close vicinity to a cannabis production facility? Do you have lived experience?
I personally do. And in a situation that brings many of the people here tonight, which is concern about odor, is something that I can attest to is not an issue for me because of the existence and operation of a carbon filtration system similar to what I'm talking about this evening. So I do live right adjacent to a facility. I have considerable personal experience with that, and I have considerable personal experience with the installation of these systems in other large-scale medical marijuana production and processing facilities. I've acted for them professionally, and I personally observed their operation before and after.
I could just jump in with one question as well on the clarification side here. You just said that you have done this on for a number of producers. Do you know the difference between a licensed producer and a designated grower?
a designated grower has to grow within the restrictions of the license that's issued by the federal government.
Do you know how many LPs there are in Canada?
I don't have that,
I don't
number.
believe that this meets the definition of a licensed producer. Somebody that's producing that has 4 licenses for individuals is meant to be for personal consumption.
The legislation allows one designated producer to grow for LPs, is my understanding of the legislation.
Okay, any further, Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I think I'm chipping away here with the rest of my council members. A couple comments that I just wanted to make based on your presentation. My experience with site plan approval is typically a new business comes that's not up and running, and we make decisions on it, and then it goes to site plan approval. So for this council to have that input, I feel as though we're not quite doing it in order here. With regards to your comments on the carbon filters, again, I'm just feeling like this is something that should have been done. To Councillor Van Passen and Councillor Taylor's comments with regards to the Class 1 industrial facility that you've put this facility in, your paperwork reads, a product which is contained in a package and has low probability of fugitive emissions. I think that's one of the largest concerns we're hearing today. Is the emissions, and lastly, I just think that I guess I am new here, but I've never seen this council chambers filled with another crop due to light concerns and emissions from light concerns based off of tomatoes and peppers. So thank you.
Councillor Van Passen, then Councillor Michelle.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I want to ask a question you might not be able to answer, but it might be proprietary information, but what is your client's average yield per plant in that greenhouse operation?
I couldn't give you that information.
Because I think as to what the mayor said, like 1,300 plants for 4 people, I'm never have been involved in the usage of that product, but I know people that do. I've asked a few, and my understanding it's about 2 pounds per plant. Comes out of a greenhouse operation, 3 to 3.5 outdoor. 2 pounds per plant. That's about 1,300 plants. Be 1,250,000 grams divided by 4 people. That's a lot of usage. Or I'm thinking there's a back door somewhere on the gate, and I think that's one of also the issues with the neighborhood.
Can I speak to that? I'll make a comment in reply. I can't ascertain exactly how the product is used when it is produced, but I do know that the industry is moving very quickly and efficiently to derivatives from the plant and processing it for other purposes off-site and essentially a refining way to create oils that are either used as tinctures, in many cases to solve problems that can be treated by CBD in a tincture on daily oil drops or sprays, or for edibles. I mean, the analogy would be, it takes a lot of tomatoes to make 1 bottle of ketchup. And it takes a lot of space to grow all those tomatoes that makes 1 bottle of ketchup. And the same situation can be applied here. I mean, there are different ways of consuming cannabis. You can smoke the flower, you can refine it into oils.
I think we know the ways to consume it.
Etc. So the whole argument of how much is being produced on site is somewhat specious in my opinion.
Well, I don't think it is, though, because a licensed producer, and I could be wrong with this designated producer piece, but I don't believe that I've ever heard that before. I believe that a designated producer can sell plants and genetics to an LP, but that the government has specifically created the micro-growers licenses, which allows them to sell to LPs. This is a situation where 4 people have a license that is meant to be used for personal consumption. Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Blazak, I just want to ask a couple of questions about this filtration system. One of the big points you made about it as information you received from the consulting engineer is that this filtration system works perfectly with one caveat, that it has constant and very vigorous maintenance. What I guess I'm asking you, and you are the agent for the owner, what guarantees do all the good people here that live close by have that that regular maintenance would be done, considering that several other concerns that are connected to this facility have not shown consideration for those very same people?
Well, I suppose any future approvals that are associated with this site, whether it be through site plan approval or other agreements, would have to list what or describe what that proposed operational maintenance schedule should be. And if it is not adhered to, then the operator of the facility is in contravention with the agreements that he has signed with the municipality.
And so, Mr. Blaszak, that's kind of my point. So then if they are in contravention of that part of their agreement, then we're very likely to just be back here again, hearing about these same concerns. And I just think that there's been a little bit of a pattern, and I know I'm also chipping in with some of my colleagues, but there's been a bit of a pattern of the owner basically disregarding the concerns of neighbors that show that they actually have a real concern to get this business right. And that's my concern as well.
Okay, I'm just wondering, and we're almost an hour here and we haven't even heard from anybody else, so I'm wondering if we could, I think we've got the general idea amongst council members, if I could ask you to have a seat, and then I will ask first if there's anyone else here today that's in favor, wishes to speak in favor of the application. Going once, going twice. Okay, wishes to speak in favor?
Sorry, if I may have your indulgence first, just to get myself organized. I've been standing in the hallway, so. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is Jennifer Meader. Last name is spelled M-E-A-D-E-R. I am registered as a delegate for this evening, and I am counsel to the applicant, the number company, in respect of the zoning bylaw amendment application that's before you. I'm here today to, first and foremost, request that this matter be deferred as a matter of procedural fairness and natural justice. I was told yesterday that council intends to make a decision on this application this evening, directly after the statutory public meeting. If I'm wrong in my understanding, please correct me. But in my respectful submission, if that is the intent, it would be an unnecessarily hasty approach to make a decision that shortly after the public meeting. We received, and by we I mean my client's consultants, my client and myself, received the recommendation report from staff on Friday, which was 2 business days ago. And we have not had sufficient time to consider and respond to staff's position. We have, however, submitted what we could in that time frame, which I assume you've heard, included a short addendum to Mr. Blazek's planning justification report and an air and an odor emissions assessment from CCS Engineering, a qualified environmental engineer. These additional reports were provided to committee as soon as we were able to provide them, which was this afternoon. However, my client's consultants should not have to be rushed in responding to the comments received. There is no reason for this. We should also be given an opportunity to prepare thoughtful responses to the public comments submitted to the county through this statutory public meeting. Furthermore, I'm suggesting that you have not had sufficient time to consider the contents of the additional reports or the public comments that are being put before you this evening. In my experience, there would normally be a period of time after the statutory public meeting and after receiving staff comments to allow the applicant to review the issues and work with staff in an attempt to rectify those issues. If council does not defer the application, we will not be afforded that opportunity or due process. While we appreciate the position of staff and the members of the public, this is, with all due respect, my client's application. The process should allow my client the opportunity to prepare thoughtful and comprehensive responses to these recently provided comments. My client also deserves to have the application thoroughly assessed and given the full consideration it requires. My client has a right to be heard, and council should have before it all available information and the best available information in order to make an informed decision on the application. We've heard, from what I have heard from this evening's discussions, a lot of discussion about the licensing process and criminal charges that have been laid. I don't have any carriage over that matter or what has happened in the past. But I can advise that my client understands their obligations to comply with regulations and have attained required licenses. However, more importantly, what has happened in the past should not be a relevant consideration in respect of the planning application that is before you. What happened in the past is not a matter that is relevant to the setback that is being sought or the parking variance being sought. And that's actually the law in planning terms. When an application comes forward where there has been non-compliance with the planning regulations, you are to look at the application as though it's a fresh, clean slate. So what is before this committee are two variances to the zoning. We know the use is permitted. It's a question of the setback, and it's a question of the parking. And the issue is whether or not the setback will have an impact. And in my submission, the engineering report that has been put before you confirms that there will be no impact with the current setback to the adjacent uses. And in terms of parking, it has been shown that what is provided on site is an efficient use of the land and is sufficient for the existing use. I also just want to briefly comment on a statement made in the staff report at page 12 of 18. It states that the proposed amendment may have negative impacts on the financial sustainability of the county as the unregulated, registered, designated person facility maintains an unfair regulatory advantage by exploiting a loophole within the federal regulatory system. This creates an unfair business advantage over licensed facilities who help to provide employment for Norfolk County residents. In response, first of all, I'm unclear as to what the loophole is. The subject application is for two variances, again, to parking and setbacks. And the use does provide employment. So I'm just not, in my submission, this is not this is an unfounded statement to say that there is an exploitation of a loophole within the system, and I'm not sure that that's, again, a planning consideration. So subject to any questions from the committee, I thank you for your opportunity to address you.
Probably are a couple questions. I have one. How big is the facility?
Pardon me?
What's the square footage?
Of the facility? I don't have that information in front of me. That's... Sorry, madam, I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay. I saw some more hands there. Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you. It's 8,600 square meters.
It seems like an awfully large facility for only 5 employees. Is that how many employees there are, or do you know if there's more?
I presume there are the same number of employees as any other cannabis facility would generally employ on a per square footage basis.
It seems low in comparison to the others that employ, except for those that I've been in that have high levels of automation, and they're actually able to reduce the number of employees. But Councillor Van Passen.
Thank Thank you, Madam Mayor. That answers another question. I thought this was a personal use greenhouse, so only the people with the licenses are allowed to touch it, so how can we have employees at all? But that was not my question. My question to the deputation, if we were to defer this, would your client then immediately cease operations, clean out the greenhouse until all these issues are resolved?
Sir, I don't have instructions on that request. However, what I would suggest that what occur in that interim period might be an opportunity to look at the proposed filtration system and whether or not it would actually achieve the impact, its intent, and I believe that would be shown if an opportunity was permitted to do so.
Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. So my question still, and the gentleman earlier was not able to answer it, and maybe you're able to answer it. I'm still extremely confused as to why the filtration system, there's been no initiation of this filtration system at this greenhouse. If you wanted a deferral, but it's just not making any sense.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. When I say to explore the filtration system, I would suggest that that be done through other facilities that use the same technology. I suspect my client is not going to proceed with installing the infiltration system until it has permission to do so.
Okay, no, I think that's definitely the cart before the horse there. Is that the filtration system should have been the first thing to go in prior to any growing happening. So that makes absolutely no sense at all. My sense is that if the setback is not granted, the filtration system will not be put in because he won't be able to meet the necessary requirements of the county. But you don't need to answer that, I guess it's just more of a statement. But again, I would like to have somebody be able to answer how many employees are employed there. And I would like to know if there are any people who are employed there who are from Norfolk County.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. If the application is deferred, my client would be willing to, would be able to furnish you with that information, certainly. And I would be able to explore with our client whether or not they would be able and willing to install the infiltration system in the interim for further analysis.
Councillor Martin and Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Thank you, Jennifer, for your presentation. If I could actually direct a question over to Mr. Vaughn, would you be able to estimate roughly when this...
Councillor Martin, I think if we could stick with the deputation.
I want to throw a question back here. I just need a clarification. When roughly this report came to you?
Through the mayor, the application was submitted late last year.
Thanks, Matt. So my question to the deputation is, if the applicants and the landowner put in a request late last year, would that not give them enough time to be prepared when it comes before council? And respectfully, council, we read our agendas on Saturdays and Sundays as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. The application was submitted as per the planner's explanation, but the comments on it, which we would like to be able to address, came in on Friday. It's the responses and the difference of opinion that we need an opportunity to consider and see if we can close the gap on.
Okay, thank you. I do understand that. I guess for me, I would assume that the consultants working on this, as well as the engineer, would have some familiarity with the provincial planning policy statements and whatnot, and would be able to preventatively kind of speak to some of those things.
Preemptively, absolutely, and that was done through the planning justification report. The engineering report came in, admittedly, very recently. You have not had an opportunity to fully consider that report. But again, as I have said, in my experience, it is very much normal and due process for there to be an opportunity for comments received from staff and the public to be addressed. And if a decision is made this evening, that will not happen.
Any further questions? Councilor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is your client involved in any other grow operations within the county?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have that information. I apologize. I can find out and.
That'd be great if you could find out.
Thank you.
Councilor Shelley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Meter, I quite agree with you that the past history of an applicant and some of the previous concerns should not have a huge bearing on a decision that is going to be made in a case like this. But I do have to say that someone who's required to have a 150-meter setback and is now asking if that can be changed to a 12-meter setback, there are some times when decision makers just have to sort of ask themselves a simple question. I just don't think that's even close enough to have us really consider. I mean, if this was a 130 meters and, we were giving up a little bit there, I could understand it, but this is just so close. I'm just not even sure if I can even consider any of the other factors because that distance is just too close to a residence. And I acknowledge the possibility of the filtration system working, but I'm not sure. Sometimes you just have to go with what you think is the most credible idea that you have. And I don't think any system works perfectly when it's that close. And that's just my concern about the basic part of this is, and you're suggesting we haven't had enough time to consider all these alternatives. I think that this request is just too extreme for council to really consider in that way. And that's my view.
Any further questions from councillors?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. In situations where there is a variance to a performance standard, such as this, from 150 meters to 12 in the worst case scenario, the law is very clear that it is not an assessment of the quantum of change. It is an assessment of the impact. You can go from 1,000 to 0, and that would be considered minor and appropriate so long as you can demonstrate that the impact is not adverse. And in my submission, that is demonstrated through the environmental engineering report. And furthermore, that report, just to your point about whether or not it works perfectly, it is the only expert information you have before you in respect of the filtration system, and it's from a reputable, qualified engineer.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak in favor of the application? I believe Ms. Smith has contacted us in advance that she wanted has pre-registered as a speaker. We haven't had this situation before, so Ms. Smith, if you would like to come forward to speak. Is she here? Stacy Smith?
Good evening, Mayor Chop and councillors. Can you hear me? Anybody hear me? I support most of what's been said here. I'm a little disappointed that I wasn't given the addendum, just because I might be repeating some things. But I worked really hard on this, so you're going to hear it all anyways.
We might get you to speak up just a little bit so everybody can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, I'm Stacy. I live 89 meters from the applicant's greenhouse. I'm not going to stand here before you and tell you this site's the biggest nightmare of my life. I will not bore you with the fact that I've compiled and provided in 2017 to the council, reported to the county, the police, the MOE, the members of parliament, and many others that cannabis was being produced at this site. Shortly after the purchase of the property, the second day of March 2017. I don't have to tell you that as a homeowner, I'm entitled to use the usual and expected use of my own property. When unable to open my windows or sit in my yard due to horrific smell, noise, and light from my neighbor's property. This is not only a clear contravention of municipal bylaws, and it's more than just a simple nuisance. It's in fact mischief, and these grow-up activities are interfering with the lawful use and enjoyment of my property, as well as my neighbors. But what I am prepared to do, after that being said, is focus on the application and its enclosures. First of all, I'd like to turn to page 1 of 16 is actually the application, and you can't see it very well, so I'll just speak to it. I would first ask you to refer to the application for zoning bylaw amendment. After reviewing the applicant's application and supporting documents, I'm compelled to address numerous concerns and issues that arose from my reading. This operation has been operating, as always operated, in violation of the bylaw of Norfolk County 1Z214, amended by 25Z218. The applicant's requesting site-specific rezoning to provide relief from land section 3.21D, thereby allowing a mere 12-meter distance to the nearest sensitive land, being a dwelling in this case, instead of the 150 meters required by the bylaw, if the applicant had proper filtration, and further relief from section 4.9Z, requesting only 9 parking spaces as opposed to the 62. Let's address the first issue. This facility currently exists and operates, is in fact bound by the 300-meter setback requirement. There is no air filtration system in place. The applicants appear to operate on the presumption that they will continue to operate with a 288-meter too close to any sensitive land. They are in 4% compliance. While trying to figure out an option for this air filtration that will satisfy and eliminate odor without causing other nuisances, and ultimately install it. Now we'll get to the issue with respect to the proposed filtration further on, but for now, I'd just like to highlight that they were proposing an option which would allow them to continue to operate in convention for an undefined period of time. Even if we were to ignore this issue, we are still dealing with 138-meter relief, 92% of what is required by the bylaw. For some perspective, 138 meters is actually more than a Canadian football field from end to end. Now let's return to the issue of the proposed solution of the 17 fans. I don't presume to be a specialist in filtration. However, I made the inquiry to the Ministry of Agriculture and Food and Rural Affairs, who stated, and I quote, that they are not aware of it being used in a commercial operation in Ontario. The applicant further fails to address the noise issues, pollution, negative effects on the environment, and any tangible proof this would work. My question to Council is, has there been any consideration as to the threshold of what percentage of odor is to be removed via the installation of the filtration system? Will this be a condition of the theoretical accommodation? The applicant has stated in their application the filtration system will eliminate all odors. Where's the evidence? What happens if it does not do so? Would we be revisiting this again in 2 months? There's too many unknowns. Page 4 of the application. Next slide, please. I point your attention to question 8, part B, the applicant regarding existing uses. The applicant is stating they have been operating since May of 2017. It is important to note that at that time, the applicant was not only in violation of the municipal bylaw, but in violation of the criminal code. Their application is premised on what has always been an illegal use and initially a criminal use. We can look at part C. It's there. You just can't see it. That was like my first time PowerPoint, yeah. We can look at part C, question 2, the applicant's reasoning for why they cannot comply with zoning bylaw is essentially an argument the existing dwellings are interfering with it in such a way that the requirements cannot be met. Should this not be considered the other way around? It was the applicant's responsibility when purchasing this property to investigate, do their due diligence to ensure the zoning would work for their proposed use. Now, in fact, their complaint is they are too close to our homes and cannot comply. Okay, you can change it. Thank you. I'm moving into the planning justification report as I received it, not the addendum. So I'll go pretty quick through this for you to highlight a few arguably misleading statements in the proposal to the overview. On the first page, on their first page, your page 294, if you want to look. The subject lands are visible from the road despite the statement in paragraph 2. The surrounding lands referenced, to the best of my knowledge and belief, are within zoning bylaws. So I'm not sure how these references add any value to the applicant's position. Further, the list of surrounding buildings and structures is misleading and does not clearly indicate there are 6 dwellings which all fall in the sensitive land area. Further, the applicant states the greenhouse has been successfully converted from its earlier use for production of tomatoes. I would think successful would encompass a legal conversion, which I reiterate again and again and again, it is not. Finally, the applicant is alleging they are a licensed producer. Per the bulletin provided by the federal government of Canada, it's up there. Licensed producers are individuals or company licensed by Health Canada to produce and sell cannabis. I won't read the whole entire thing to you. It's my understanding that these people is producing a limited amount of cannabis for personal medical use. It's my understanding they're required to register with Health Canada, but are not licensed producers. This remark in the applicant's proposal is incredibly misleading. I would just like to note that Health Canada goes on, and I quote, licensed producers are expected to obey all relevant federal, provincial, and municipal laws, including municipal zoning bylaws. Further, how can the applicant allege they've never exceeded 1,300 plants when in fact the OPP found more than 5,000 plants on that property in 2017? And that goes to speak to that gentleman that was there saying that the space wasn't big enough to grow anymore. I find that hard to believe when there were 5,000 plants in there. And now I'll move on to the official plan notes in their report, yep, and that would be your page 295. I would like to speak to the statements regarding the official plan more generally. The applicant has neglected to consider the overall intent of the official plan in the sections they have referred to in their proposal. We can first turn to section 4.4. You have before you, selected by the applicant. It's on 295. I'm sure, as you're all aware, the section goes on to say, agriculture production contributes significantly to the county's economic vitality. I just don't see how that's possible, and I'm not going to reiterate the official plan because everybody here is familiar with it. I'd just like to comment that the applicant seeks to rely on 4.4 of the official plan but fails to consider the intent. That also seems to be the same case for section 7.2. In fact, the text pulled from the official plan refers to permitted use of growing crops. The applicant refers to their operation as permitted use because they are growing a crop. Next slide. Oxford Dictionary defines a crop as a cultivated plant that is grown on a large scale commercially. So my question is, so are they implying that this is a commercial operation producing crops to sell to the mass market? In fact, it can be argued by using the greenhouse for growth of personal plants is in fact taking away land from land that could otherwise be used for a commercial agriculture crop. My concern with respect to sections 3 zoning, sections 4 proposed technical solutions have largely been addressed in my previous remarks. So with respect to the council's time, I'll not belabor these points any further. conclusion, this is my conclusion, few thoughts I'd wish you to leave you with. Firstly, I ask for your consideration in the application. Bear in mind, proposing bylaws, zoning bylaws, put the plan into effect and provide for its day-to-day administration. The bylaw specifies the permitted uses and the required standards. We are also dealing arguably here with a floodgate scenario. The designation of sensitive lands in the first case indicates an understanding by council of the disruptive nature of such an operation. If now going to allow a 92% setback, what's the purpose of designating sensitive lands at all? Why bother? To allow this flies directly in the face of the county, what the county was trying to accomplish in implementing these requirements. They weren't pulled out of thin air. Thought and consideration as to the effect on neighboring property owners would have been considered. My final comment and thought I wish to leave you with today is to consider the past actions and approach of the applicant has taken from the start. This applicant fails to report in conjunction with this report that they are in fact protected under Health Canada Privacy Act. In essence, I've said this in the past, is tantamount to a license to do whatever you want behind closed doors. I repeat again, the applicants have never been in compliance. This has always been an illegal operation going on 3 years now, and they've never made any attempt to comply. So why now? In fact, they've arguably shown complete and utter disregard for the law, both municipal and criminal, I might add, and the authority of council. The applicant appears and always operated on the principle they would beg for forgiveness rather than ask for permission, trying to skirt around requirements of the law until they were caught. Now asking to be rewarded by a relief of accommodation of 92% setback requirement. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Stacey. Okay.
If you have time after, I prepared a little demonstration for you, but there's people to go that
I thought you were
want
going to tell me you were going to get your prop outside.
My prop is over there. With respect to the council, I'd actually really like to demonstrate my...
I'm afraid. So it's not the dead skunk in a bag. Okay. I really just said that and didn't actually know she had something. Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you for the demonstration, and through you, I've smelt worse. I've been to the site.
Thanks, Stacey. You did a fine job. Okay, so while Stacey's packing up, let's try something a little bit different. I think everybody can get the general consensus from council here, and there's a lot of people. Could I see a show of hand of everybody that's here to speak in opposition to the application? Okay. I'm wondering if it would be acceptable to everybody. Again, I think you can sense the direction that council is going. We will provide the sign-up sheet. If there's somebody that really wants to speak afterwards, but if you would allow us to first close the public meeting to make a motion, and if you wish to speak afterwards, you're welcome to do so. But we've got a big agenda to go through this evening, and again, I think that you'll be happy with the result. Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. By all means. Come forward right now. Go ahead, Nathan.
Go ahead. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Chop, and through you to members of council. My name is Nathan Colomay. I'm a local lawyer appearing on behalf of the France family who reside across the street from the subject property. We do not support the application, if I can be Captain Obvious for a moment, and ask that you refuse it as per the staff recommendation. And as a lawyer, I would like to add a few comments responding to my to the applicant's counsel with regards to procedural fairness. I've been before this council quite a few number of times, and getting the planning report on Friday is what happens. It is what you expect. It is what you prepare for. And to say that there's anything in the planning report or anything that the neighbors have to say that's a surprise and that you can't prepare for, that's laughable. You're here, you're prepared for it, or you're not. So there really is no procedural fairness consideration here. And she is correct, it is her client's application. Well, the simple fact is, you knew all this was coming down the road, and yet you wait to the actual council meeting to ask for a deferral. You get the planning report on Friday, you say, we're gonna have to respond to this. So you say, hey, planner, can I get a deferral? We need to stop this. Yet, here we are. If they're asking for a deferral, this has been a huge waste of time. So I ask that you not defer it. I ask that you refuse the application. So I wanted to go to the property myself and experience it, have a see, have a smell. I arrived there at 10:30 in the morning on Friday. I parked my car. My car was there for an hour. All of the windows up, and that was it. So I get back to my car an hour later. It absolutely reeked of cannabis. Absolutely reeked. I got a headache from it. I almost threw up. That's how bad it was. Just from my car there, windows up for 1 hour. And even outside, the smell wasn't particularly bad. So you can imagine what it's like when it is bad. Day after day after day after day. It's an absolute nightmare. So I've been before this council a number of times, and I often ask for relief, just as the applicants are. And I'm all in favor of it, when it's reasonable and when it's balanced. Even if we disregard much of the context, much of the emotion, this is still not good planning. In the applicant's planning consultant's report, the consultant states that the owner of the facility has made a commitment to install air treatment control equipment that will eliminate any and all odors associated with the production and processing facility. Well, that's quite the commitment. It's 2 years running and still there's nothing. The neighbors, and the Francis included, have made the applicant directly aware of this situation time and time and time again. And if practically speaking, the response has been no response. And on the other hand, we all know cannabis businesses and planned cannabis business in Norfolk that are doing their utmost to really do things the right way. Proper security, proper setbacks, proper infrastructure, being responsive to neighbors. A nightmare operation like this one unfairly tarnishes these other operations who in certain cases have invested millions of dollars to do things the right way. And at the end of the day, while this is in form an application for relief from the zoning bylaw, in substance, it's an attempt to paper over and launder through the planning policy framework a nightmare of an operation that should have not been there in the first place. You want to operate a cannabis business there, you get your applications before you start. And Mr. Vaughn said it best in his report in the first paragraph. The application is not consistent with the provincial policy statement, the PPS, does not meet the intent of the Norfolk County official plan, and does not represent good planning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any others that wish to come up and speak? I'll let him.
Good evening, everyone. We've already kind of had a show of hands of how many people were here to speak against this, but I'd like to know, other than the defendants over here, if that's a proper term, how many people in this room are here to show their support against this bylaw or amendment? How many here in this room have driven the beautiful roads of Norfolk County and have in some way or another been impacted by the stench of one of these personal designated grows, non-regulated facilities? Okay, thank you. I just want to make my point. I'd like to actually see what the feed's showing in the other room too. I'm sure their hands up as well. My name is Greg France. I live at 680 Townsend Concession Road 14, as Nathan mentioned, right across the road from this facility. And I want to start by saying that this is not anti-cannabis. I fully support cannabis and the growth of cannabis in Norfolk County, as well as people that need cannabis to help them for medical reasons. This is not about that, and I don't want this. I often end up making the mistake of reading misinformed rhetoric on Facebook that oh, these people don't like cannabis. This has nothing to do with that. This is about regulation of a controlled substance and meeting county bylaws. So I know most of you are pretty familiar, hopefully at this point, between Part 1 and Part 2, but I'm going to quickly just glaze over what they are. Part 1 facility are these commercial facilities like Marican, Tradewinds, or like the one opening up on Park Road that you guys have supported, and rightfully so, that are doing things the right way. They're meeting all the obligations. They are meeting the site plan control. They are good citizens. They're creating jobs for Norfolk County and economic development. And I applaud this council for voting to allow for that economic development for people that are doing things the right way. Part 2 facilities, as has been mentioned, are growing for 4 people. These are, even though the reporting plan put together by Mr. Blazak refers to it sometimes as a licensed facility, sometimes as agricultural, sometimes as industrial, they are designated growers, as Madam Mayor was referring to. Is that the right reference? Okay. Madam Mayor was referring to that can only grow for four prescriptions. And with that, the only people allowed to touch the cannabis are the 4 people that are being prescribed the marijuana, and I would question their ability to do so if they're needing prescriptions of over 400 plants per annum, and the 4 designated growers. Yet, they are claiming that they have 5 to 6 employees. Again, that's debatable because I've personally seen more people in and out of there on a daily basis as well. But beyond that fact, the fact that there is no limits to the amount to be prescribed per person, it's dictated by the doctor, means that these Part 2 facilities can grow at commercial scale, and that's exactly what we're seeing here spring up over Norfolk County. And again, yeah, I talked about the jobs. So these are the areas I want to address today because they seem to be very focused on the odor, and this is much more than just odor. My concerns are odor, light, sound, safety, and I apologize, I'm getting a little bit worked up because this has been the worst nightmare of my life. Property value, use enjoyment of my property. I'm sorry, just give me like 2 seconds. Yeah. Health and precedent in this precedent setting. So let's talk about odor first, because that's the elephant in the room, right? This is 12 months a year, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It tends to be worse throughout the evening and the early morning, particularly in the summer when the wind gets still. But you are experiencing extreme odor in the middle of winter with all the vents closed, so I'm curious how we're going to stop that from leaking out in one of these facilities. Who gets it depends on when. So there might be a week or so where I'm not getting pelted. My children are able to sleep. But that means that my poor neighbor down the road, one direction or the other, is getting this odor. It's invasive and it's long-lasting. It sticks in your vehicle, as Nathan mentioned there. You know, my car always reeks like pot. I know my kids' clothes smell like pot. I have to set an alarm at 1 in the morning when I'm doing laundry because I'm cheap and I don't want to pay the extra bill for that time of day. And I have to let I have to pull the laundry out in the middle of the night. I can't leave it the next morning. I send my kids to school smelling like pot if they don't already. It penetrates house with windows closed. Like, it's not just, I can't open my windows. I can't live in my house. Often I installed a $1,500 HEPA carbon filter, industrial grade. And it does minimum to alleviate it. We often have to work on cold air returns, so we often have to huddle into a bedroom in our house to make it through the evenings. And that's the nights we can stay. And it's not consistent with the strength and type of the duration of typical farm smells. Yes, I hear the arguments, oh, manure stinks, or there is other farm areas that do make smells from time to time, but that's part of living in a rural community. I moved into this community knowing that. You know what? With all those other smells, it's short-lived. I can close my windows and doors, and I don't smell it. And you know what? A couple hours later, maybe the next morning, I come out and it doesn't stink. This is continuous and constant. Light. Oh, here's a really good picture here. This is my front yard from the facility. So we're talking about minimal light pollution. The other picture is hard to see. That's from a half a kilometer away. You can see that very clearly up in the sky. From the facility. It's more frequent than a typical greenhouse. In fact, the old owners, you never saw lights there. And it wasn't consistently this bright. I mean, you could play a football game. You talk about the stadium effect. You could play maybe that's why it's called that. You could play a football game on the front yard. And, I've got blackout blinds in my kids' room, and you still see peeking through. Sound. So the alarm system's going off at all random times of the day and night. Loud generator noise when they're running the generator when the police shut off their power. Extremely loud fans. Those are the existing ones, not counting the 17 ones that they're talking about adding, which we'll get to a little bit later. Heavy traffic of cars and trucks honking at all hours of the day and the evening. This includes big transports like you see there, constantly coming in. U-Hauls seem to, for some reason, be coming in there all the time. I'm not sure what the purpose of that is. And the random people that stop at the front gate and honk, and they're there for a few minutes and then leave. Again, I can't speculate what's happening there, but that is a constant thing to get their attention, is to honk through the gate. There's a brief exchange, and they're off. Safety. Again, heavy traffic in and all hours of the day. Facilities like this have been broken into in this area and others at an alarming rate. And I put a quote there that I'm going to see how good my vision is. Across Canada, there have been a number of shootings and homicides linked to what should be considered legal business within the marijuana framework. And this is from the Globe and Mail. So this is a safety concern. And as has been mentioned, the fencing in that facility is not adequate. One whole side of it is wide open to everything. This picture is just a random occurrence of people loading a vehicle with a flashlight in the dead of night, not turning on their exterior lights. Property value. So this is a major concern because we've considered trying to get out of here, trying to move. But we are not going to get what our value is for a house. We have put 9 months of renovation in this place. It was supposed to be our dream home. We came back to Norfolk County because we believe it's truly a beautiful place to grow. I've grown up here. I wanted to make this my forever home. And, you know, we've got a direct quote from one of our local realtors there talking about the reduction of 10 to 20% if you're next to one of these facilities. I believe there were several letters from the real estate board in the handout talking about how people are struggling to sell their homes that are near one of these facilities. Use of enjoyment of property. So as I mentioned, due to a lot of these factors, I'm forced out of my home on multiple occasions. I can't open my windows. I talked about laundry, talked about staying in one room. You know, I'm embarrassed to invite people over. And, you know, we can't go outside on a nice spring day if the wind's blowing at us. You know, at night, again, you can hear the fans, you can see the light. It is not a conducive environment for children. The picture there is one of the many groove marks in my lawn. We'll get to this in the parking situation soon, where they just drive all over our property because there's no room to do things there. I've got small children, and that's a concern. Health. As you may or not be able to tell, I'm extremely sleep deprived at the moment. I'm nauseous, I get headaches. My wife will talk about that when she talks. Lack of appetite, adults and children. So when you're a 5-year-old and 3-year-old can't eat in the morning, I've got a text from my mom. I was in a course in Toronto. I got a nice sleep in a bed there. But I got a text from my mom yesterday morning. And this is what it said. Bad odor, so she went over to help my wife with the children in the morning. Bad odor last night when I went down at 7:30. They were still all asleep in your bed. I took Emmy, had to carry her. She was so tired. And there talks about groceries after that. But this is a typical situation in our lives. Coughing, gagging. There's nothing quite so heartbreaking as seeing my daughter who's lived half her life in this, but at the time, 18-month-old daughter, now 3-year-old daughter, you know, who previously was singing herself to sleep and now is coughing and gagging. And I mean, just look at this picture for a second. This is the state of the facility on the outside. It's just in a state of disrepair. This door, clearly visible from the road. As you can see, there's no fence in front of it. I didn't do anything special to get this picture. You know, it's dirt everywhere, falling into the pond. Debris. The lawn is, I mean, not that I care about the lawn and all of this, but the lawn's not cut. So again, this is precedent setting, in my opinion, or, you know, if we're going to allow 12-meter setback, what is the point of even having the bylaw in the first place? You know, as others have mentioned, I'm not going to go into it, the percentage, 8% of 150 meters, 4% of what it really should be. And we're not alone. I mean, from everybody in this room, we can see that people are driving through Norfolk County and they're experiencing this, whether it be on Highway 24, the 2 on 24, the one on Highway 3, Waterford, 2 on Highway 3. There's several around Waterford. And I'm sure that these are going to be springing up over and over again. And I encourage council to not defer this and to not set a precedent this is okay and continue to enforce this beyond our case here, that this is a bylaw, and this is a bylaw that's in place for a reason, and it's not, I'm going to repeat this, it's not just odor. There are many factors here. So I just want to quickly touch on the report. Stacy did a great job on some of this. I'm going to try to glaze over for the sake of everybody's time as much as I can. But only 1,300 plants, started in May. You know, they're saying they can only hold a capacity of 1,300 plants. They were busted with going 5,000 plants, unless they're saying the OPP are not telling the truth in that report. I smelt it before May. I mean, I can't prove that it was before May, but I smelt something very similar before that. And acknowledging they're growing it in May, and this is why I think the criminal case does come into play, or the criminal element does come into play, by acknowledging they were growing it in May, and the fact they were busted in June, it shows that they have no regard for regulation or bylaws or the law in any respect. And this is not a misunderstanding. Here's their guilty plea. It's very small, but you can go down, it's public knowledge, you go down to the courthouse. You can see where they've pleaded guilty for possessing marijuana with the intent of trafficking. Here's the scene of the crime. Here's the date of June 14th. You can see the police coming in, raiding them there. This is a question that may get shot down, but I just like to ask the applicant, if you have, you can grow no more than 1,300 plants, and that's your license, and licenses are generally for a year, at any given time to meet your prescriptions, you're growing year round, we know it doesn't take a year for a single harvest. What are you doing with the additional plants beyond the 1,300? What's happening with those plants? Are they being also delivered to the people that need it? What is happening with those plants? And I don't know if you, through Madam Mayor, I can ask that question, or I can just throw it out here into the ether. And
I think we'll just stick to the presentation we've
okay,
put up.
thank you, Madam Mayor. Occasional odor. I mean, I think I've covered this to death. It's not occasional odor, but here's some proof beyond that. So the Ministry of Environment have received, up until this date, which was February 7, 2018, received 160 complaints from this residence alone, this facility alone, on the smell of the odor. And this is coming from multiple people. And since then, I've asked for an updated number, and there's been another approximately 160. So, if we look at over 2 years, it's actually less than 2 years. But I gave them the benefit of the doubt, and that's one complaint every 3 days on average to the Ministry of Environment. Recommended solution to odor. So this is where I've not had an opportunity to see this document that was handed out to everybody. But they talked about acknowledged experts who made the trip, multiple acknowledged experts. Why am I didn't see who that was. Large fans running 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It's already ridiculously loud over there with the fans they currently have. And this is not an airtight facility, even when the roof's closed. Doors open frequently, and much of the plastic of the greenhouse is ripped or covered with tuck tape. So we're talking about negative pressure. I don't know if anyone's familiar with negative pressure. I've unfortunately had to make myself familiar with it. Negative pressure requires an airtight facility. Generally in a facility that has negative pressure, you walk into a room, doors close behind you, you walk into the next room, and then the next door is open, you come through. It's an airtight facility. These people are coming in and out of this place all the time. Again, the greenhouse vents are not sealed, and essentially we're trading one nuisance for another. So I have a couple questions on the agenda that was handed out. I didn't see the updated, so I don't know what it is. But who is Nick Truman from Mary Rest Cannabis? And this letter is addressed to. It's not even addressed to the owners of the facility. I don't know what the updated report says, but I saw 0 engineer stamps on any of the documents that were handed out in the overall report. So if they have been provided since then great. But are there examples where this has proven to be effective at a scale in a plastic, non-airtight greenhouse with no pressurized rooms? And additional noise pollution. Let's just quickly talk about the fans they're intending to put in. So Mr. Blazak mentioned that the same fans. That's not true. It shows that there's different fans coming in. And I called the manufacturer on that to check what the decibels were on those fans. They're 84.5 on each fan. Now on the left here you can see that a sound of 85 decibels at a consistent rate is enough to cause hearing damage. And that's about the extent of a vacuum cleaner running all the time. We're talking 17 of these fans, 12 meters away from residential facilities. I'll let you guys do the math there. Is there recommended safety considerations? Do we have to wear earplugs around it? Again, the solution, I question the reliability and the fact that it's proven. I have not seen any examples given where it's been effective. And in fact, I've seen examples where air filtration is not effective. And I've got a couple examples there. One is in Tweeds, where they are saying that they have air filtration in place, but the residents are still contemplating, the county is still contemplating increasing the setback because the odor is not working to that 100% that they're claiming it should be. On the right is an article from Truly Growing Like a Weed, a greenhouse magazine, where it talks about, the last line there, you can't read it, but it basically says that there is no known viable solution at this point in time. Airtight. So again, you can't see too on the left picture, but this is the state of the greenhouse. It's ripped up plastic on the side. Here's the vents that open, and again, it even stinks when the vents are dead shut, and you do see the vents open in the winter. But really, all of this is irrelevant because they are asking for a 12-meter relief from 150-meter setback. So regardless of the fact that they've got this proposed solution that's going to help it with fans and the fact that the fans are going to be noisy, this bylaw is not in place for the sake of just smell. It's many reasons, which I've illustrated here, hopefully, to your liking. Let's quickly talk about the required parking spaces. Here's some great pictures. The first one is a truck parked halfway on the road. This is after ripping my lawn up. I don't know how well you can see that, but it's ripped my lawn up because it took several times to get in there because it couldn't get around the existing cars and stuff. Here's another picture of the marks across my road. On the right here is one of a good one where Norfolk County disposal truck is actually stuck in the parking lot and can't get around. And again, inadequate parking. This one here on the left, they're actually dropping cannabis bins on the side of the road so that Norfolk County disposal can come and get it. This one you can see through my railing there. That actually, I had to stand out front and wait for my son to get on the school bus where there was a big pile of cannabis sitting there out front. And this one on the right, here's where they had to move cars out of the driveway to get one of their many transport trucks and unload it off the road. There's not adequate parking in this facility.
We have a lot of people to get
Yes,
through.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. So we take it to you then, actually. A wise mayor once said, we've had to adapt our zoning bylaws to account for setbacks for people's homes because odor and issues, and this is a big challenge. And I commend you on saying that and saying that publicly. And I also commend you on your forward thinking regarding regulated facilities that are going to be controlled and not going to cause an impact on neighbors. But this is not one of them. My last is just a plea. Please help us. This section of the bylaw protects us as residents of Norfolk County. If we could grant this request for relief from the bylaw, we're not just putting our family in risk, we're putting families of those that are our neighbors, people in surrounding communities who there are countless of at this point. And I just implore you, do not defer this. Do not defer this. It just gives, every moment we defer this, it gives them longer to grow, and we are suffering longer. And I do not use that word lightly when I say suffering. Our fate is in your hands, and I know that you're going to make the right decision here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this still on? Yes? Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Chop and councilors. My name is Laura Clowett, and I live with my husband Greg, my 5-year-old son Max, and my 3-year-old daughter Emmeline at 680 Concession 14 Townsend, across the road from the cannabis production and processing facility, asking for relief of the bylaw tonight. Anyone that knows me knows that I have a passion for history, heritage, family traditions, and need for a sense of belonging in the community. My family can trace its roots to Norfolk County to the late 1920s when my great-grandfather and grandmother Joseph and Maria Clowett traveled from Belgium on the ship Estonia to Canada. Joseph and Maria finally settled in Delhi and were early pioneers in the growing of tobacco here in Norfolk County. Remnants of this history can be seen now in the community as one of Joseph's properties that once grew tobacco now has new life as a golf course, Springview Farms. I grew up on a tobacco farm on Clowett Road and enjoyed an idyllic childhood living out in the country. I went to school in Norfolk County and spent many school trips at local treasures like Bacchus Mill and Delhi Tobacco Museum. It was the memory of these early school trips to museums that shaped my future career in museums as a teacher and historical interpreter at the Waterloo Region Museum in Kitchener. My passion for heritage, family traditions, and the need for a sense of belonging to a community is what brought our family back to Norfolk County after living for 5 years in Paris, Ontario. We had children, and I wanted our children to grow up in Norfolk County. I wanted them to enjoy their childhood living in the country, surrounded by family, and embracing our heritage and family traditions in Norfolk County. In the end, it was ultimately my decision that brought us here. My husband works from home, and I was the one that had to make the choice to move our family to Norfolk and commute 2 to 2.5 hours a day for work. I pushed us to move. We bought a fixer-upper with 3 acres of property on the 14th concession. Our nearby neighbors were family. We had loads of property for our children to enjoy. It was a dream. It couldn't be more perfect, and we were on cloud 9. Until the greenhouse across the road was sold and converted from growing tomatoes to cannabis. I live in regret every single day, feeling guilty that I moved our family to the nightmare that we have now endured for the past 2 years, and how the decision to move to Norfolk County would forever change our family. On June 14th, 2017, the greenhouse at 681 Concession 14 was raided and shut down. We naively thought the nightmare of pungent cannabis odor, light pollution, and noise that we had been living for months was finally over. We couldn't be more wrong. Within a month, the operation was back up and running. For those of you that haven't been to visit our road, I can only describe the smell as noxious. The smell permeating from the greenhouse into our home is horrendous. There have been several occasions when we had to move out of our home to our in-laws' basement on 2 occasions for over a month because we could no longer stand the physical effects of the constant noxious odor. It is demoralizing and heartbreaking to have to hear your 5 and 3-year-old, although she was only an infant at the time, gagging and crying at night because of the smell. During the nights when the odor was at its worst, my children would not eat in the morning. My husband's work is aware of our situation that we have been enduring, and they have been kind enough to send us away on hotels on a handful of occasions to be able to get away and to allow us to finally sleep through the night. We are plagued by sleep deprivation, and it is devastating to see how sleep deprivation is affecting our children. We can attempt to mask the odors with diffusers and candles, but that barely touches the smell in our home. Due to the odor from the greenhouse across the road, we very rarely have people over. We cannot risk the wind direction being against us and people coming over on a 10 out of 10 day, which is the numbers scale we use when we call into the MOE to report the intensity of smell. My children live to be outdoors. My son's favorite things in life include outdoor races, climbing trees and catching toads. My daughter Emmeline is happy to be outside singing and dancing and would be pushed on a swing set all hours of the day if you would let her. We had saved for years to purchase our children what we called the Cadillac of outdoor play set to use when we moved to Norfolk County. But 2 years later, it still sits unopened in a box in storage because my kids aren't able to spend the hours outside playing on it. It is a rare occasion that we can spend time as a family outside. Just 2 nights ago after dinner, I was sitting on my front lawn watching my children playing on my front porch, wishing that I could freeze a perfect moment in time. Max and Emmeline were putting on a performance of Frozen, complete with Emmeline singing Let It Go at the top of her lungs, loud enough for probably all of our neighbors to hear. My kids would have stayed out on the porch playing until the sun went down, but we had to cut playtime short after one song because the cannabis odor from the greenhouse was unbearable. My kids begrudgingly walked with me back into the house where the smell was a bit better than directly outside, and my 5-year-old son said to me, "It's too smelly to be outside. I know, Mommy." I want all of you here with children and grandchildren to imagine having to hear that from a 5-year-old. This is our life. This is what my children will remember about living in Norfolk County. Living next to the cannabis greenhouse has taken a mental toll as well. I've had to go on anxiety medication as a result of the constant stress of living next to this greenhouse as it has triggered anxiety attacks. We have had to set up meetings with our son's teachers, principals, and special education coordinator at Bloomsburg Public School in his first year of junior kindergarten to help him best cope with the feelings and behaviors that went along with a 3-year-old living next to a cannabis grow-op. My son was inconsolable each time we had to move out, and unfortunately, my memories of standing at the end of the driveway waiting for his bus on the first day of junior kindergarten are forever tainted by memories of the smell, the worry that he's going to smell like marijuana, and that CAS will be called. Safety is probably a #1 concern of mine. I do not feel safe in my own home. Cannabis greenhouses are targets of theft because of the value of what is being grown. I never had fears for my safety living next to a tomato farm. An article from the Globe and Mail from December 1st, 2017 states, in Hamilton, a personal medical grow-op was twice the suspected target of drive-by shootings this year. In one instance, bullets struck a neighboring home, piercing kitchen cupboards. The greenhouse across the road from us is partially surrounded by a wooden fence. A wooden fence is not going to protect my family from bullets. After Christmas of this year, I was in the kitchen with my daughter when I heard voices in my living room where my 5-year-old son was alone. I went downstairs to find that 2 of the neighbors from across the road had let themselves into my home and come through 2 doors to get into my living room with my son. We now lock the doors at all times of the day and have rescued a husky so I can feel a bit more secure in my home when my husband is away for work. Prior to moving to 680 Concession 14 Townsend in May 2016, I had suffered from around 5 to 10 migraines a year that were related to weather. When we moved into our house in May, after all of our construction had been completed, my health was fine until the neighboring tomato greenhouse farmer across the road sold his property. owners began growing 5,000 marijuana plants. The smell is a daily nightmare and makes me so ill that no medication has been able to help, as my trigger is constant. Since May 2017, my migraines intensified in both quantity and severity, and I tried for a year to stick it at work. I was starting to have to take in increasing numbers of sick days, and there were many times that I would have to pull over on the side of the road because I could not drive to work due to my migraines. July 2017, I started having night tremors with full body shaking. Since February 2017, the sleep tremors have happened almost every night since, multiple times per night. It feels like I never get to sleep because I'm constantly being woken, shaking, vibrating in this constant cycle. I have now had to endure a head MRI, an EEG, and a sleep EEG, and I have been referred to a neurologist out of Hamilton who specializes in migraines. Today, my anxiety and situational depression has increased to the point that medication alone is not helping. I'm not able to deal with the ever-increasing daily anxiety and panic attacks, so I reached out to my doctor for help and have been seen as a counselor bi-weekly since February 2019 to help find ways to deal with the overwhelming stress of living next to a cannabis greenhouse. Chronic migraines accounts for 20 to 25 days a month, along with escalating sleep deprivation due to nightly full-body tremors. Unfortunately, the symptoms and characteristics of my chronic migraines have made it difficult to perform any duties at my job at the museum. My job is to interpret the history of Waterloo Region. Words are everything in my career, and with chronic migraines, more often than not with debilitating pain, I do not have the ability to find words I need to do my job. I have been off work since May 17, 2018, and am currently on long-term disability. Most people do not offer up their medical history for public scrutiny, but I thought it was imperative that people understand the mental and physical effects of living next to a cannabis production facility. I asked Dr. Weber to write a letter on my behalf, and an excerpt from my general practitioner's letter to Norfolk County reads, I've attended Mrs. Clowett and her family for many years. For the past 2 years, I have seen Miss L. Clowett on numerous occasions for multiple medical ailments. Prior to the installation of a marijuana grow-up next to their principal residence, the family enjoyed good health with few medical problems. After the initiation of this establishment, I have witnessed her medical deterioration with multiple symptoms attributed to this facility. She has required an extended leave of absence from her place of employment, in my opinion, directly as a result of side effects from contact with this marijuana establishment. It's my medical professional opinion that this unfortunate family has experienced a significant deterioration of their medical and psychological well-being as a direct result of this marijuana grow-up immediately adjacent to their principal residence. My neurologist, Dr. Michael Crombie, also attributes my chronic migraine triggers to marijuana odor. I should not have to live this way due to what is growing on my neighbor's property. I am desperate for my health to return to what it was prior to returning to Norfolk County. I would like to speak to how living next to the cannabis production and processing facility has irrevocably changed the shape of my family. We have always wanted 3 children. It was our dream to have 3 kids, the same as my brother and sister, as I also grew up with 2 siblings, and it is what I wish for my children. There is no way that I can bear to be pregnant for 9 months and bring a newborn into my house to breathe the terrible odor. I am tired of myself and my children being the guinea pigs for future studies on adverse effects from long-term exposure to intense marijuana odor, and I cannot subject another child to it, so we will forever be a 2-child family. Living next to a designated supergrow has been the biggest nightmare of my life and truly depressing to endure. I can't do justice to how truly awful it is living as a prisoner in your own home, and I hope that you never have to experience it. But if we don't abide by the bylaws put in place by Norfolk County to protect land use conflict, there is a very good chance in the next few years any one of you may find yourself living next to one of these Part 2 cannabis production and processing facilities. If you have an open field, if you live by someone who has a greenhouse, if you live by someone that has a warehouse or a large enough property to put up a hoop greenhouse, this could be your future. I am unequivocally against the granting of relief of this bylaw. This greenhouse is not an isolated incident. There are many more people suffering, living next to greenhouses like this all over Norfolk County. The federal government has downloaded this problem to you. Municipalities are able to put zoning bylaws into place that licensed producers must follow. I also don't think it's fair to trade one nuisance for another, from outdoor and light pollution to light noise pollution in an attempt to contain the odor. Lastly, for me, this has never just been about us. I cannot bear for anyone else to have to live what we have been living. I come to you completely broken, a shell of my former self, begging you for help, and you are able to help. Please give me my life back, allow me to heal, and return to my dream of what life would be like to live in Norfolk County. Please do not grant this request for relief from the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I know I'm just one member of council, and I'm speaking on my own behalf and not on behalf of everybody else, but I'm also going to go on what I've heard from other council members this evening. Ms. Mead made a statement that we can't consider past violations, and I don't think that any of these councillors, even if we were to separate those past violations, which I believe we can, and look at this from the perspective of what we're seeing in the report today. What I do know is that activated carbon filters typically reduce airflow in a greenhouse. As a result of a reduced airflow, that requires more fans. More fans make more noise, and when you're looking at a 12-meter setback, that noise now becomes a problem. I also once toured an LP in Baltimore, Maryland, and they used activated carbon filtration system, and even that wasn't enough, and they were required to use masking agents over top. I heard no mention of any masking agents this evening. But the bigger challenge that really, I guess, swayed me in the report itself, if I wasn't to consider any of the previous bylaw violations, was when Mr. Balzac in his report stated that this was a licensed producer. And I do not believe that Health Canada would be impressed to hear that somebody was falsely marketing themselves as a licensed producer when they are not. So I think that we're 2 hours into it at the moment. I think that if one of the council members would like to make a motion, if it's okay with everybody else, we'll get you to sign up on the sheet. If you still wish to speak afterwards, we will allow that. We're going to have to shorten the amount of time, but I would imagine, let's kind of proceed with the evening on that basis. So, Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Something they told me in whatever politician school, when you sit at the planning committee, you're supposed to deal with it based on the rules, based on the facts, based on the conditions. You're supposed to somehow be able to separate emotion from law. And I try to do that, even though in this case it is very hard, but there is nothing in this application that makes any sense by the rules. It is a 300-meter setback that we require as this facility exists, not a 150-meter setback. There is no mitigation on this building, so we should deal with it as it sits currently. And there is just no way that that is a minor variance, a minor relief when you're looking at 300 meters as opposed to 12. And we've discussed very little about the noise, the lights, all that. It's basically been focused on the smells. So I would move the recommendation as presented in the report that it be refused, and if I could get a seconder.
If I could get you to just hold off, I'm just going to close the public meeting, and then I'm going to get you to do that right again. So if I could have a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting, Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Ravitz. All those in favor? And that's carried, and I'll pass the floor back to you again, sir. So you've moved that motion?
As in the report.
Okay, and a seconder, Councillor Michelli. Any further discussion? Councillor Columbus.
Well, this is a motion for refusal. I just wonder when the applicant is actually going to shut down this operation. How can we find that out?
I think that's a great point. Any further discussion? Councillor Upton.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I just wanted to say, prior to just kind of closing things off here, I know we may have a few more speakers, but on behalf of myself as councillor for Ward 7 and a resident of Ward 7, I would like to thank all of my colleagues around the table tonight for all of the support that they have provided to the residents that are here tonight. And I think it's been really a team effort, and I appreciate everything that the mayor and the fellow council members have done. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to kind of also comment, Mr. Vaughn has put together this report, and as always, he's done a very thorough job and very complete job. And I think that there's one line in his report that I think maybe sums up all of this topic this evening, because I'm also aware that there are people here who are not neighbors or residents near this facility, but are in other areas where this is either a potential problem or it is going to, you have a fear that it could be a problem in the future. And that's why we're all here today, to try to sort this out. But Mr. Vaughn's report speaks about the provincial policy statement, which Mr. Blazak referred to earlier in his presentation. And he indicates that the provincial policy statement represents minimum standards. So he goes on to indicate that planning authorities and decision makers may go beyond these minimum standards to address matters of importance to a specific community. And I must say, looking around, I think that community is here today.
Okay. Any further discussion? Anyone else? Okay, we'll take the vote then. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. Is there anyone, again, we still have a big agenda to get through, and I think we all understand your positions and so on, but if there's anybody that still wishes to speak, you certainly have the opportunity, but please sign the sheet on your way out, just for the record that you were here this evening at the public meeting. So with that, maybe councillors will take a 10-minute, 20-minute, 15-minute break before we get back to it.